Well, I'm delighted to share that the first race is well underway. The start of the 10:05 a.m. race. It's the women's pair, the B final with Brazil, China 2, the People's Republic of China 1, and the Republic of Korea. And well, it's been a fantastic start for the People's Republic of China. One boat in particular who currently leads up at about 37 strokes per minute.
Стартира и първата гонка, финал Б в дисциплината двойка без жени. Тук са отборите на Бразилия, Китай 2, Китай 1, Корея. Изключително добър старт за първия отбор на Китай, който и в момента към след 500 метра води по дистанцията.
Just rolling into that first timing marker, and we see the People's Republic of China won with the quickest time there, about, well, 2.5 or so seconds off of their pace, 2.25 seconds. It's Brazil, and then a really close People's Republic of China to Shell, and then back to Republic of Korea. It is Zhu Hongshan in the stroke seat for the China 1 Shell, Ren Waning in the bow seat, and they've lengthened into about 36 or so strokes per minute. Now well into the second quarter, and it looks like Fergus may be opening up that margin just a bit here as they cruise into that middle thousand.
I think you're absolutely spot on there, Colleen. I think the way China 1 have exploded out of the blocks has been sensational. You know, first race the day of Sunday here at World Cup 2 in Plovdiv, and they're just setting a really good tone. Bit of redemption for them, perhaps, after not quite making it into the A final, which we'll see later on today. But, you know, that margin is just starting to grow over the past, few minutes or so as I've been speaking, and they're continuing to grow over China 2 sitting in second place.
Наближавайки края на първо, 1000 метра лодките, първа гонка за деня, първи от 6 предстоящи финали Б. Тук разпределяме местата от 7 до 10 включително. Първата лодка в тази гонка ще завоюва 7 място в крайното класиране на Световната купа, а последната съответно 10-та. Силни първи метри от страна на първи отбор на Китайска народна република. 2 секунди и 30 стотни преднина на 500 метра, което никак не е лошо, макар че все пак чакаме всеки момент да видим данните на 1000 метра как ще са, но тяхната преднина за сега изглежда доста комфортна. Вече втората позиция, която преди малко си разделяха Бразилия и втората лодка на Китай. Изглежда сякаш, че китайците все пак малко повече желаят да се здобият с осмата позиция, в крайното класиране на този етап. Ето на 1000 метра, втора позиция срещу трета, 2 секунди разлика.
Well, we're through 1,000 metres then, halfway through this B final of the women's pairs, and the advantage is still with China 1 going very well in lane 3. That margin was just under 2.5 seconds at 500 metres. It's now grown to just over 4.5 seconds as they come through that halfway point. It's been a great race so far for both China boats. China 2 sitting well in second position at the moment. Trailing them, it's the Brazilians, and then rounding off this field at the moment is the Koreans in lane 4. However, I think what's so fascinating is as we move into this middle section of this race, China 1 are still the fastest moving boat at this point in the race, and they're continuing to move away from their opponents China 2 as we head on into the third 500 metres.
Наближават 1500 метра лодките, успяха втори отбор на китайците да се здобие с по-солидна преднина и в момента гонката е разпокъсана по начин, по който изглежда, че нещата сякаш са ясни. Разбира се, има достатъчно време до края да видим някоя атака от страна на преследвачите на първи отбор на Китайска народна република. В тази лодка единственият представител от тези всички състезатели в момента по трасето, който е гребал на финал на старт от Световната купа миналата година. Именно носовият на първи отбор на Китай миналата година в дамската четворка Скул. 2 места на първата и втората съответно Световна купа през 25-та година. В този момент минавайки пред 1500 метра с доста солидна преднина.
Well, coming through our position then at 1,500 metres, it's still the first combination from China coming through, probably sitting 2-3 lengths up on their teammates from China 2, but the fastest moving boat at the moment as they came through that 1,500 metre position was China 2. They've got a lot of water to make up, as do the Brazilians sitting in third position and Korea in fourth. But at the moment, Colleen, as they head back down to you in the tower, it is China 1 leading this B final of the women's pairs.
Yeah, it's gone absolutely to perfection for this China 1 combination of Zhu Hongshan and Ren Wenning from start now into the closing quarter. They have led. And, well, just behind them, it is China 2. Bit of clear water back to that China 2 combination. Their teammates Lu Xinyang and Gan Lin. And I think Brazil tried to make a push for it to track down China 2, but just not quite able to do it. No doubt about it, though. Up at the top of the field, it is China 1.
Изключително добро представяне за първия отбор на Китай, който убедително води в момента на 250 метра, извинявайте, от финала на дистанцията и ще стане седми, както се вижда в тази гонка. На втора позиция е втория отбор на Китай. Виждаме, че бразилките се опитват да атакуват втората позиция, но не знам дали ще им стигне времето. И така към момента Китай 1, Китай 2, Бразилия и на четвърто място изостава Корея.
Well, Zhu Hongshan and Ren Wenning looking to end their regatta, their World Cup in style in the B final. What's at stake? Well, it's 7th overall in this category. Looking to place first in the B final. Again, 7th overall in the category. Little look from the bow seat there from Ren Wenning, looking for the line, and just exhaustion as they come through. They've done the job with their teammates then of China 2, Lu Xinyang and Gan Li coming through the line as Brazil takes their final stroke. Mariana Macedo and Lorian Lane Melo de Aruja. And closest to the grandstand, it is Republic of Korea, Choi Mei-soo and Kim Chae-yong. But congratulations to China 1 with the win in this B final. Well, fast and furious back on the track. It's the B final of the men's pair. The times are already in for 500 meters down, moving through the second quarter and looking particularly good, I think, Fergus, for Uzbekistan.
It certainly is clean at this point in the race. They're going very nicely sitting in lane 4 at the moment, although the rest of the runners and riders, though, we've got Korea in lane 1, the Republic of Korea, Venezuela in 2, Croatia in 3, our current race leaders, Uzbekistan in 4, and Brazil in lane 6. We're through 1,000 metres, and your description of fast and furious was absolutely spot on. Uzbekistan leading out this field at the moment. Sitting second place behind them, it's the Lončarić brothers from Croatia going nicely. And then third place, it's that combination from Venezuela. So lanes 4, 3 and 2 going very nicely as they come underneath the bridge at the halfway point in this race.
Ето, че вече сме и при мъжките двойки без. Тук следва да информираме, че турският отбор не стартира. Световните шампиони до 23 години от миналата година, бих казал на хартия, претендент за спечелване на тази гонка, но ето, че няма да стартират, което отваря прозореца за други евентуално държави, които биха могли да се преборят за седмата позиция на тази световна купа. Първите метри бяха равностойни до около 500 между хърватската и узбекистанската лодка, но узбеките успяха да направят силно второ 500 и да се отскубнат. На третата позиция виждаме латиноамериканска битка между Венецуела и Бразилия за евентуално третата позиция, кой ще се здобие от тях. Нека не отписваме в далечния първи коридор и състезателите от Корея.
Well, coming up to our position then at 1,500 metres, and it's still the Uzbekistan combination, but they've got a real race on their hands with the Lončarić brothers next to them in Croatia. They're sitting about a length or so down as we come through 1,500 metres, and I think just passing our position, clear water now for Uzbekistan over the Lončarić brothers as they come through 1,500 metres. The rest of the race, though, for third place in this field is phenomenal. Venezuela still holding on to that position, but sitting still with contact. It's that combination in lane 6 from Brazil, on the far side of the course, Republic of Korea. But Colleen, as they head down towards you, it's Uzbekistan leading out Croatia in the B final of the men's pair.
Yeah, it's Uzbekistan leading out indeed. This race has gone just flawlessly for them because they've been able to truly hold on to that lead from the start through the 1500 down into the last quarter. This combination, Karimov and Kudoy Beridev of Uzbekistan, well, we saw them put together a fantastic race in the prior round. Not surprising to see them out ahead, looking to close their regatta in style. 39 strokes per minute, Uzbekistan leads.
Все още води Узбекистан в съвсем последната част. На червените бочки са, както казваме. Виждаме, че лодката на Хърватия се опитва все пак да се добере до първото място. Страхотен финал се опитва да направят братята Лункарич, но Узбекистан успява да ги удържи и е начело в тази гонка.
Well, the Lokarnish brothers just behind Uzbekistan would take quite a bit of work to track them down. Uzbekistan absolutely untouchable as they increase the stroke rate once again to 40 strokes per minute. Little look from the bow seat, Karimov, to get a sense of exactly where the finish line is. We see him glance to his left. There it is. They found it. They have won this B final. They'll be absolutely delighted. We see hands in the air, water splashing down in the stroke seat, Kudoy Berdiev. So a job well done to Uzbekistan. They can tick that box off with Croatia then just next to them, the Lokarnic brothers, to take second in this B final. Those two out with quite a margin as we see Brazil taking third. And yeah, job well done. Uzbekistan start to close in the B final of the men's pair. Well, let's head down to the grandstand now, where I understand some of our fans have clap banners out and ready. Should we see if we can get the crowd warmed up for today's racing? Well, we're just about 300 meters into the men's double sculls B final, and it's a fully packed field here, 6 lanes across, with Austria, Moldova, Chile, Ukraine 1, Brazil, and Uzbekistan 2.
Преминаха вече или наближават 500 метра лодките в дисциплината финал Б двойка скул мъже. В серията стартират Австрия, Молдова, Чили, Украина, Бразилия и Узбекистан 2. Към момента Узбекистан е начална позиция.
And the times just rolling in, the standing at 500 meters down. My eyes have been on Uzbekistan, who's had an aggressive start at about 38 strokes per minute. It's earned them a bit of a lead over Chile, who's running a really tight second, and then back to Brazil. Just behind them, well, Ukraine 1 and Moldova going toe-to-toe, running absolutely level. And that includes Austria as well. So they're cruising down the track mid-second quarter. Vladimir Botev in the stroke seat for this Uzbekistan 2 crew, setting that punishing speed, and Fergus daring everyone to keep up with them.
They certainly are, and I think particularly with these tailwind conditions, there's an opportunity to be brave, be bold in the opening stages of this race, and that's exactly what they've done. Jumped out ahead of everyone else, but over the past 200-300 meters or so, I think we've got to keep our eyes on Chile, who have just been starting to close down that gap that Uzbekistan had, and now I think it's very much stroke for stroke at the moment between Uzbekistan in lane 6 and Chile in lane 3 at the moment, who are your 2 leading crews in this B final.
Ето ги и двойките скул, доста по-равностойна е тази гонка, разделят си първите позиции към този момент Чили в първи коридор и Узбекистан в близки до трибуните. 6-ти коридор, Узбекистан, в чийто състав гребе като загребни Владо Ботев, състезателят на гребен клуб Черпоков, знаете, втори на Европейско първенство на двойка скул, втори на четворка скул в предходни години. Владо Ботев, нека му пожелавам успех в тази изключително интересна гонка. Както и споменах, първите 2 позиции се разделят в този момент. Дори GPS-ът не може да прецени коя от двете лодки е на първата позиция. 39 темпо за Чили, 38 за Узбекистан, доста сериозно. И останалите 4 лодки в битка за третата позиция, всички равнопоставено.
Well, the form book coming into this B final was that Chile were probably one of the hot favourites we'd be picking alongside Ukraine. The Ukrainians at the moment just sitting back in 4th place because that race between Uzbekistan and with Chile is the one that is dominating the headlines in this B final. Uzbekistan won't know what happened with their countrymen in the race in the men's pair, but at the moment Uzbekistan, they're still being brave, but Chile, we talked about their form book, we know they were quick coming into this B final after a cracking race in the earlier editions, earlier rounds, but Uzbekistan just slipping back now because in this third 500 meters the advantage is now with Chile, momentum is with Chile, but at the moment Ukraine as well, they're now the fastest moving boat. But Chile, as we come into the final 750 meters of this race, it's Chile who are leading.
Продължава абсолютно нищо да не е ясно в тази гонка. Нос за нос, 39 темпо за Чили, 38 за Узбекистан, разделяйки първата позиция. Останалите пък лодки си разделят втората такава. Единствено изостава лодката на Австрия в далечния първи коридор. Бих казал, че това би бил един претендентите за потенциално най-интересна гонка за деня. Към момента, всеки момент ще минат под прав ъгъл пред нас на 1500 метра. Да видим лодка преднина за четиризнаците, т.е. двама от четиризнаците Абрахам, другите 2 са, разбира се, дамите, които ще видим в двойката без ролеви малко по-късно в финал А. Оглеждат се и състезателите на Узбекистан и тези на Чили постоянно през трасето, търсейки кой разделя първата позиция, но двете лодки продължават да са на първо място.
Well, 250 meters ago it was with Chile, but as we come through 1500, it's back with Uzbekistan. Colleen, this is setting up to be a sensational final to this finish to this B final of the men's double sculls.
Yeah, incredible, Fergus. We saw Chile leading, the twins, the brothers, the Abraham brothers of Chile. And Uzbekistan, well, they didn't quite like that, did they? They have been leading at each timing mark, and they were able to increase the stroke rate now to 43 strokes per minute. It's Uzbekistan just barely over Chile.
Наистина невероятна гонка. Все още не може да се определи нито кой ще стане първи, нито кой ще стане трети, защото начало са 2 лодки. Към момента Узбекистан плътно следвано Чили, само 1 нос е разликата на Узбекистан. Следващите лодки вървят рамо до рамо. Това са Молдова, Украина и Бразилия. Изключително напрегнат финал ще има.
Absolutely incredible. This young Uzbek combination, Vladimir Botev, just 20 years old in the stroke rate, in the stroke seat, kicks the stroke rate up to 47 strokes per minute. They absolutely want to cross the line first in this B final and close out their regatta in style. Chile doesn't quite like that. Chile with a response as they come through the line. Little look from Chile. It will be Chile just barely over Uzbekistan. We'll get final confirmation of that in just a moment, but toe to toe all the way down the track. And yes, the Abram brothers of Chile, the twins, able to put together just an incredible sprint with Uzbekistan taking second. Absolutely incredible. That means the Republic of Moldova then to come in third in this B final. And then it's back to Ukraine. A job well done. It's Brazil in fifth, which puts Austria in sixth. Catching our breath here in the tower before we head back up on the course. That was the men's double sculls B final, and a big congratulations to Chile. This is the B final of the men's straight four with the People's Republic of China 2, Canada and the USA.
Вече след 500 метра и финал Б на четворката без участват Китай, Канада и Съединените щати.
Well, Fergus, an incredible finish to that men's double B final. We're now into the fours. What can you tell us about the story of the race so far?
Well, the story at the moment is all Canada in the opening half of this race. We're coming up to the 1,000-metre marker. Our three crews are just about to come underneath the iconic bridge here in Plovdiv. But out in front leading, it's this Canadian quartet, Herman, Hudgens, Carlson and Diggins. They're leading out at the moment. They've got the advantage over the People's Republic of China next to them in 2, the USA next to them in lane 3. And at the moment, clear water is that advantage. It's an incredibly tight race, though, between China and between the United States of America, battling out for that second and third place position. But at the moment, Canada, your race leaders.
Ето още едно интересно състезание. Четворките без рулеви. Канадците изкочиха доста силно на старта, както видяхте, 2 секунди и половина преднина. На свой ред пък състезателите на Съединените американски щати и втори отбор на Китайска народна република си разделят лека по лека втората позиция. Може би бих казал нос преднина за представителите на Съединените американски щати. Единствената лодка от тези, която е участвала на международни състезания тази година, макар и те да не са много, разбира се, е тази на Канада. Те завършиха 12 преди 2 седмици в Севиля. За останалите лодки това състезание се явява международен дебют за тази година, така че предимството на Канада и опита, който са имали те преди 2 седмици, явно са успели по-добър план да направят за състезанието към този момент. Солидна преднина към 1300 метра за Канада.
Well, this third 500 has been all about the United States of America. They're the fastest moving boat at this point. Worth noting, though, they're doubling up in the 8 later on this afternoon, so we'll wonder how much energy they're going to put into this B final. But they're closing down the gap on Canada then. Canada still leading as we come up to 1,500 metres. But over the past 200 metres or so, the Americans etching back. They've just about got contact with the Canadians as they come past our position. China, though, being left back in third place at the moment. But as they head into the final 500 metres, Canada leading out, but the Americans are eating into that lead, Colleen.
Yeah, the Americans watching the boat speed now. The Canadians, well, we're moving a bit quicker, but the Americans taking some type of a move now to see if they can close that margin. Credit to the Canadians up at 38 strokes per minute and still a bit of a gap, I'd say, back to the United States. The Fergus, as you say, the U.S. doubling up a little bit later on in the 8th. The Canadians holding the margin with less than 250 to go.
250 метра преди края на дистанцията лодката на Канада убедително води и тя взе още от началото първенството в тази гонка и като че ли не допуска никой да ги доближи, въпреки желанието на американската лодка да заеме първото място. Виждаме, че непрекъснато атакуват. Канадците успяват да удържат атаките и към момента са на 7-ма позиция.
Well, the Canadians making it clear that no one will touch them as they come through the closing stages. They increased the stroke rate to 42 strokes per minute against the USA's 1. The People's Republic of China trailing behind. Canada leads up at the top. It's Ryan Clegg in the stroke seat. Curtis Amos supporting that rhythm just behind him. Alex Iwashko in the 2 and Stephen Ross in the bow. This combination just stunning as they come through in the B final of the men's 4 to win it, with the U.S. then taking second, and the People's Republic of China 2 in third. Well, what an incredible morning thus far of B finals. We move on to our last 2 B finals of the day, the women's single sculls and the men's single sculls. So we start with the women, who are already down the track past that first 500-meter timing mark. And we'll see Moldova, Uzbekistan 2, Ukraine 2, Brazil and Croatia in this race.
Стартира и финал Б при скифа жени. Лодките са Молдова, Узбекистан 2, Украина 2, Бразилия и Хърватия. Към момента бразилската лодка е начело.
Well, you heard Violetta. It's Brazil up at the top of the field. That's Beatriz Tavares of Brazil at about 38 strokes per minute. Closest to her, well, the 2 or 3 boats alongside her, truly. So Croatia, Josepa Jurkovic, a name that we know well, keeping in really good touch. And then over to Uzbekistan too, Anna Aksenova. And just a little bit of margin, I'd say, back to Ukraine to Dohedoko of Ukraine. And maybe just a touch off the pace is Diana Plotkin of Moldova. But Fergus, as they move through the second quarter, Brazil, so far things going to plan.
Yeah, still looking fantastic for our Brazilian sculler at the moment. And I think what's fascinating compared to the other scullers is just her rate of striking. It's coming down 38 strokes a minute. And I just think compare and contrast that to the rest of the field, 34s, 35s. She's rating a little bit higher. So it'll be fascinating as she comes into the second half and past our position as well, how many more gears she's got to go through. But at the moment, it's working incredibly well for her as she continuing to move away from the likes of Uzbekistan and Croatia.
Преднината на бразилската състезателка е доста солидна, навлизайки всеки момент в втори 1000 метра. Разпокъсана е малко гонката, но пък за втората позиция измежду Хърватия, Украина и Узбекистан се заформя лека битка в далечния първи коридор от трибуните. Лодката на Молдова изостава. Ето ги вече и резултатите, с които разполагаме. На 1000 метра преднина от 4 секунди за бразилката и втората, третата и четвъртата позиция много близко в рамките на около 1 секунда, така че да видим в трето 500 какво ще се случи. Виждаме с малко по-висока скорост, в момента се движи състезателката на Узбекистан. Нека видим тя какво има да каже. Тя ще участва също и в последната гонка за деня в смесената двойка скул. Така че да видим дали ще се хвърли сега в този финал Б или ще се запази. Малка преднина за нея на втората позиция пред състезателката на Хърватия.
Well, Beatriz Tavares from Brazil, she's still your race leader then as we come into the third 500 metres of this B final of the women's single sculls. As we've mentioned, going nicely, still going nicely. It's our Uzbekistan sculler, Anna Aksenova. And then on the side of the course closest to us, Josipa Jurkovic. She's sitting in third place at the moment. We know how quickly races can change in single sculls, though, so we're expecting perhaps a bit of a move to come from the likes of Croatia, from Uzbekistan, but also keeping an eye on Ukraine too, sitting back there, just in fourth place at the moment. But out in front, though, it's still Beatriz Tavares of Brazil, and she's still the fastest moving boat on the water at the moment. She was right from stroke one, and as we come up to the 1500 metre marker, it's still Brazil leading out, but most importantly, pulling away from the rest of the field.
Задържа се към този момент класирането. Виждаме, че състезателката на Украина с малко по-ниско темпо може би няма да се опита да се здобие с по-висока позиция към момента на четвърта тя. Участваше тя миналата година в четворката скул на европейското в Пловдив за мъже и жени, където секунда и 7 разделиха от медала, завърши на четвърта позиция, но може би тази година пък не е в толкова добра форма, на четвърта позиция с по-ниско темпо. И така Бразилия, Узбекистан и Хърватия единствено остава да определят кой ще завърши на втора позиция в тази гонка.
Well, Kalina, as we pass back to you in the tower, it is still Brazil ahead of Uzbekistan, but a bit of a move starting to come from Ukraine, closing down that advantage on Josipa Djokovic.
Yeah, a little bit of a move from Ukraine. We get a sense of their speed. They've got quite a bit of work to do to pull themselves up to overhaul Uzbekistan too and Croatia, but they are taking some kind of a move to at least attempt to do it. Up at the top of the field, though, Beatriz Tavares, no one is touching her.
И така вече в последните метри на червените бочки навлизат лодките в тази гонка. Таварес от Бразилия е окупирала първото място и като че ли няма намерение да го пусне. Според мен няма и време да я победят. Към момента на второ място е отбора на Узбекистан, но и хърватката се опитва да държи рамо до рамо са двете лодки, така че второто място е неясно и така единствени почти сигурен е водача и това е Бразилия.
Well, with this little tailwind to push her along, Beatriz Tavares of Brazil looking to close out this B final of the women's single sculls in style. She's up with clear water truly over the rest of the field. Behind her, the battle continues between Uzbekistan, too. That is Ana Anseova and, Croatia keeping themselves toe-to-toe in it as well. Josipa Jorkovic. Brazil, untouchable. Beatriz Tavares in her final 10 strokes. She increases the stroke rate once more at about, still a cool 31 or so compared to the rest of the field. What an effort, though, in these final few strokes from Uzbekistan and Croatia. Absolutely incredible. We'll get times here in just a moment. A little bit of a fist pump there from Josipa Jorkovic of Croatia. She'll be delighted with that sprint that she pulled off, I'm sure. But it is then Brazil. Beatriz Tavares to take the win in this B final, followed by Ana Ansenova, and Croatia then to take third with Jorkovic. That's the B final of the women's single sculls. From the women's single sculls to the men's single sculls and the last final of the day, Fergus. They're well underway, just coming through halfway.
They most certainly are. This the B final of the men's single sculls. Lane 1, Serbia, China 1, People's Republic of China in 2, Chile in 3, Brazil in 4, Uzbekistan in 1 in 5, and in Croatia in lane 6, closest to us and closest to the grandstand as well. They're through halfway, as we've alluded to, and at the moment it's our Brazilian sculler, it's Lucas Verthian Ferraria leading out at the moment, going with him, sitting well in... our Chilean sculler leading out at the moment. Brazil going well in second place at the moment. But those two scullers just starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. China moving nicely as well there. But at the moment, I think those three scullers separated by a length or so, which in a single scull is absolutely nothing. And I'm expecting more movement in this third 500.
Ето го и последният финал бе за деня и изобщо за тази втора световна купа в Пловдив 2026 година. Тук положението е следното: 3 лодки в битка за първите 3 места и 3 лодки в битка за последните 3 места. Към момента виждаме, че пък състезателят на Узбекистан успя да навакса малко от своето изоставане и вече се включва в първата група. Преднина за Бразилия. Още един финал Б, в който бразилската лодка води. Доста интересно е това. Нека видим дали ще успее да задържи своята преднина. До края тук не е толкова доминантно положението, тъй като състезателят от Чили е само на лодка и половина изоставане, а все пак всеки имаме още 600 метра до финала.
So plenty of jostling in the positions, jostling in amongst the ranks at the moment, but one bow is emerging. That is the Brazilian bow as they come through 1,500 meters. He's managed to pull away. He's got clear water then over the rest of their field. Chile going well, sitting in second place with Uzbekistan less than half a length back in third place at the moment. The wind is picking up as they enter the final 500 meters, but Colleen, as they come down towards you, it's Brazil leading out what is set to be a thrilling B final of the men's single sculls.
Yeah, thrilling B final, and just a reminder, it's such a deep category, isn't it, the men's single sculls? So fantastic to see all of these crews here now race in this B final, again, for 7th overall, and our Brazilian Lucas Verthien Ferreira setting to claim that 7th place overall. He's now up at 38 strokes per minute, and he's got, well, clear water back to Uzbekistan and Chile, who are running more or less level with Croatia, and China won doing the same, and then some water back to Serbia.
И тук лидера при мъжете е от Бразилия. Вартен Ферера води, бих казал, убедително. Това са почти с една лодка през Узбекистан. На трета позиция към момента е Чили, но лодките на Чили и Узбекистан наистина се борят и двамата да стигнат до второ място. Начело все още е Бразилия 100 метра преди финала.
Well, showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. Verthien Ferreira of Brazil up at now 41 strokes per minute, just charging toward the line. Still alongside him, Uzbekistan. Well, Uzbekistan able over the past couple of hundred meters to almost threaten that lead. Just about 8 or so meters separating them, half a length or so. Wow, what a sprint from Uzbekistan. Is it enough? It looks like Brazil will hold on, but wow, what a push at the end there from Pavel Sorin of Uzbekistan. And yes, it is Verthien Ferreira with just a quarter of a second. That effort there from Pavel Sorin of Uzbekistan. Absolutely phenomenal sprint. And then over to Chile. That's the 1, 2, 3. That's Antonio Habash Bajas of Chile. Thrilling conclusion to our B finals. That was the men's single sculls. That was the 10:35 a.m. race. We'll take a little bit of a break and come back with the A finals, the medal finals. But the B finals have been absolutely thrilling this morning, and concluding there with the men's single sculls. Well, that was the end of the B finals once again. We look forward to the A finals here at Plovdiv, the second World Cup. We'll head down to the grandstand and let's build the momentum, build the noise. The medal finals are coming, and maybe we can even see some of your dance moves down there. Oh, we all know this one. Hey, there they are, there they are. A in the back, thank you. Get ready for some A finals. The medal races are coming. Beautiful. Thanks so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've been waiting for has arrived. After 2 days of heats of semifinals, we're now set to begin the A finals here at the second World Cup in Plovdiv. So over the next couple of hours, medals will be decided as some of the world's truly best crews take to the water to pursue victory. The athletes are ready. The officials are ready. Fergus, are you ready?
Do you know what? I am so ready, Colleen. I am buzzing with excitement and ready for the finals to kick off.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting couple of hours here, and conditions, just an ever so slight tailwind, but truly stunning conditions out here in Plovdiv. Violetta, are you ready?
Разбира се, и аз и Пловдив винаги е готов да поеме финалите на големи първенства с чудесните си условия и ние тръпнем да видим как ще бъдат разпределени медалите. Теди, ти как се чувстваш преди големите финали?
Ами, Вили, да, наистина доста вълнуващо започва да става, имайки предвид, че и попътният вятър леко по леко намаля и очакваме малко по-технично, по-интересно за наблюдаване, гребане. Има няколко интересни неща, които ми грабнаха окото, например, че и в двете американски осморки, и в дамската, и в мъжката, всъщност гребат по 2 двойки без и 1 четворка без, които участват всички гребци, практически от американските осморки, гребат и на други дисциплини. Повечето от тях, освен мъжката четворка без, е на финал А, така че ще бъде интересно да видим колко сили ще успеят да съхранят американските състезатели, които ще гребат на осморки. Също така и двойките с кул, разбира се, при мъжете с интересни и близки времена в двете серии. Между първото и шестото време от полуфиналите вчера разликата около 3 секунди, 4 секунди и малко, така че ще бъде интересно между Нова Зеландия, може би Китай, братя Синкович също. Така че да, това са двете неща, които ми грабнаха на мен окото, но има в ужасно много дисциплини. Има над 10 финала, така че съм сигурен, че ни предстоят доста интересни няколко часа. Вили, към теб.
Благодаря, Теди. С нетърпение чакаме и ние, и публиката на Пловдив финалите на Световната купа.
This is the A final of the women's pair.
Ще стартира финал А в двойката без жени.
Lane 1, USA 2, Regina Salmons, Molly Brueggemann. Lane 2, Italy, Alice Codato, Laura Mariano. Lane 3, Chile, Antonio Abram, Melita Abram. That's lane 5, Czechia, Pavlina Flemikova, and back to the United States, pardon me, Kate Nifton, Teal Cohen, and now over to lane 5, Czechia, Pavlina Flemikova, Anna Santrukova. And lane 6, New Zealand, Catherine Lush, Juliette Lecoix. And that's the start. It is the A final of the women's pair. The USA 2, Italy, Chile, USA 1, Czechia, and New Zealand as we ride now with the Americans quick out of the gate. Big early goings and, quick off the line, quick out of the starting gate as we await the times rolling in. But you can get a sense of just the stroke rate graphic there at the bottom. That bow number 1 USA of Regina Salmons and Molly Brueggemann attacking the early goings. Bow number 3, well, that's Chile running right with them, the Abram sisters, and closest to us in the grandstand, that's Czechia, bow 5, Anna Strankukova, Flamikova, and New Zealand just slightly off the picture out of lane 6. So a good start for the Americans out of lane 1, with Czechia running pretty hot as well.
И така стартира първия финал в двойките без жени. Съединените щати 2, Италия, Чили, Съединените щати 1, Чехия, Нова Зеландия. Много хубав старт за лодката на Съединените щати 2 в първи коридор и за лодката на Чехия.
Yeah, Czechia, you heard Violetta. They're now up at the top of the field, 37 strokes per minute. Still early goings in the first quarter of this race, but establishing a bit of dominance early on with Chile running right with them. Those are our two leaders up at the top of the field, and then running level at the moment for third. Well, your pick between Italy, the USA 1, New Zealand, and USA 2. So very, very tightly packed as we come through the first timing marker. But clearly, Czechia's plan, Flamikova and Santrukova, is to get out ahead and stay in command of this race. As we get a look at the bow of Chile there. So Fergus, they're flying towards you. It's the first A final of the day, and Czechia bringing it.
They absolutely are, Colleen. They're bringing it to this A final, the first of our A finals, right the way through to this afternoon. And I think particularly in the tailwind conditions, we've seen a lot of our crews in those B finals being brave in the opening 500-600 metres, getting their bows out in front. And it means when they reach the 1,000-metre mark, they're in a phenomenal position to kick on. And at the moment, it is Czechia who are that crew that are being brave. We're watching, though, the bows of the Abraham sisters there from Chile. They're going very nicely, just sitting in second place at the moment, sitting, half a length, 3/4 of a length or so back. They're rating ever so slightly higher than our combination from Czechia, 37 compared to 35. And, sitting in third place at the moment, going nicely, our Italian combination as well. But we certainly aren't counting out the two combinations from the United States of America in lane 4 and in lane 1. The two are then going nicely as we come up to the 1,000-metre marker.
Ето ни вече на територията на медалите. Доста интересен старт. Чехкините, които на свой ред са с пето най-слабо време от полуфиналите, изкочиха много мощно и още на първо 500 метра имаха вече повече от секунда преднина от втората лодка, която за момента обаче изглежда, че лека по лека се стопява. На втора позиция за Чили последните от фамилия от четиризнаците Абрам, а именно Мелита и Антония, добре познати на младежите, включително и в българското гребане, тъй като те участваха в Пловдив на доста състезания през годините и за юноши, и за девойки, и за младежи, и на една световна купа преди това, така че добре познати на местната публика. Сестрите Абрам от Чили вече на първа позиция, чехкините за момента изостават с половин лодка.
Well, through 1,000 metres then, we've got a change in our leaders. Momentum has now swung in the favour of our combination from Chile. The Abraham sisters moving out in front and just starting to etch away from the Czechia combination. We talked about them being brave, but now that's them just starting to slip back into second place, because our fastest moving boat at the moment is that combination in lane 3 from Chile. The Abraham sisters grabbing the race by the scruff of the neck as they pass underneath the bridge, hurtling through this third 500 metres, and right now they're in position A, right where they want to be. Czechia, though, slipping back then, and it means then USA 1, that combination of Teal Cohen, Kate Nifton, are in a prime position perhaps to move themselves up from third into second place.
Ето, че имаме промяна в класирането, вече Чили на първа позиция. Изчакваме да видим в трето 500 какво ще направят лодката на Съединени американски щати, отбор 1 в четвърти коридор. Двете състезателки слизат от четворката скул, миналата година световни шампионки в Шанхай в дисциплината четворка скул жени, и четвърти участваха и в смесената осморка. На свой ред пък италянките също участваха в смесената осморка през миналата година, където станаха втори и са четвърти в тази същата дисциплина двойка без, така че съм сигурен, че имат какво да ни покажат в последните 500 метра. И така на 1500 метра лодка преднина за Чили пред Съединените американски щати, следвани от Чехия.
Well, through 1,500 metres, 500 go, then Chile out in front. But here come the United States of America. The form book from the opening heat say that it should be the United States, Nifton and Cohen out in front. But this Chile combination of the Abraham sisters have been superb and continue to lead as they head towards you, Colleen, in the tower.
Yeah, absolutely thrilling conclusion here in the final 250 metres. Can the Abraham sisters hold off the charge from the United States?
Наистина ще има много, много интересен финал. Дали лодката на Чили с сестрите Абрахам ще успеят да задържат първото място, или световните шампионки от Съединените щати ще могат в финалните метри да се изтеглят и да вземат златните медали на купата. Не е ясно още и кой ще вземе бронзовите медали. Много, много интересна гонка.
Kate Nifton, Teal Cohen have overhauled the Chilean sisters, the Abrahams, just by, not a bit more than a bow ball, not even a full canvas, half a canvas. It is the United States now leading and continuing to increase the pressure. 39 strokes per minute for Kate Nifton and Teal Cohen. Antonio Abraham, Melita Abraham will have to respond now, but it looks like the United States will hold. It is the U.S. out with a length over Chile for the bronze. Well, it's your pick at the moment. Czechia looking to solidify that place, but wow, they will have to keep an eye out for Chile. The U.S., though, up at the top of the field. The U.S. hold on in these final few strokes. It is Kate Nifton, Teal Cohen to come through the line with the gold for this second World Cup, and their final strokes to conclude at 38-39. Absolute delight. They managed to overhaul the Chileans as Czechia then comes through to take the bronze. seconds. Incredible start to the A finals here. It is the USA to take the gold. This is the A final of the men's pair.
Следва финал А в дисциплината двойка без мъже.
Lane 1, the United States, Samuel Sullivan and Nathan Phelps. Lane 2, Serbia, Alexander Bedik and Dusan Slavnic. Lane 3, Italy, Giovanni Codato, Matteo Lodo. Lane 4, New Zealand, Benjamin Taylor and Oliver Welch. Lane 5, the United States, Peter Chatane and Gus Rodriguez. Lane 6, the People's Republic of China, Yang Mongshui and Chao Chuang. This is the start of the A final of the men's pair with USA 1, Serbia, Italy, New Zealand, USA 2, and the People's Republic of China. Riding now with the favorites, this Kiwi pair of Benjamin Taylor and Oliver Welch, who seem to have had a fantastic start. 44 strokes per minute. We get a sense of all of these crews charging out of the starting blocks, but New Zealand getting a clean start and a quick start in particular.
Ето, че стартира и финала на двойка без мъже. Съединени щати 1, Сърбия, Италия, Нова Зеландия, Съединени щати 2 и Китай. Невероятен старт за световните шампиони от Нова Зеландия, Welch и Тейлър.
So we'll get a sense of speed from our GPS here in just a moment. But in the meantime, of course, we can see that bow of this Kiwi combination, Taylor and Welch, just stunning out of the starting blocks into the first 200, now 350 meters nearly. And quickest moving boat on the course, the Italians running fairly quick with them. This USA 2 combination of Peter Chatan and Gus Rodriguez, who've had fantastic earlier rounds and shaping up to be an incredible A final. Particularly for New Zealand. So no surprise there. They're at 38 strokes per minute, about 10 or so meters separating them from the Italians, from this USA 2 combination. Slight advantage to Italy, Codato and Lodo, just barely over the Americans, but these three crews up at the top of the field. New Zealand looking to open up that margin, Fergus, as they move into the second quarter.
They absolutely do, and as you've said, Colleen, no surprise to see New Zealand out in front. You know, the reigning world champions, so much success for them across in Shanghai last year, winners of the World Cup this year as well, and they're looking to continue that momentum here in Plovdiv. Through 500 metres, as we mentioned, New Zealand out in front, motoring at the moment. Going with them nicely is our combination from Italy, and the second of our combinations from the United States of America. Worth noting, the two crews from the United States of America, just a couple of seconds separating their times in the semi-finals, so perhaps we'll see some chopping and changing from them. But at the moment, out in front as we hurtle through this second 500, New Zealand continuing to edge away from the field.
Ето я тази дисциплина, която за много от нас сме свикнали да смятаме, че е доминирана от Нова Зеландия заради едни предшественици на тези момчета в момента. Именно Ерик Мъри и Хамиш Бонд, които печелиха състезания след състезания. Дали това ще бъдат техните наследници, предстои да разберем в следващите години, но без никакви изненади. Още от старта видяхте на 500 метра почти 2 секунди. Разлика доста сериозна заявка от страна Оливър Уелч и Бенджамин Тейлър, както колегите споменаха, световни шампиони в същата дисциплина от миналата година в Шанхай. Също така те участваха и в смесената осморка, където Нова Зеландия се класира на трета позиция на същото първенство. И спечелиха, разбира се, и стартовете два от стартовете от световните купи миналата година и завоюваха накрая купата. И така доста солидна преднина за тях вече на второ 500 над 3 секунди преднина. Солидна заявка за златния медал от страна на Нова Зеландия.
Through 1,000 metres then, halfway through this A final of the men's pair. We've got medals up for grabs and momentum is still with New Zealand. Oliver Welch and Benjamin Taylor are still leading out, and just like we saw, you know, in years gone by with Murray and Bond, they've just grown, the margin has grown in that second 500 metres, and I expect the same thing to happen now between 1,000 and 1,500 metres. That race, though, for that silver medal, Italy going well. The United States of America, Chatan and Rodriguez sitting in second and third place respectively, and certainly not out of the mix as well. Just a length or so back will be the second of our combinations. It's USA 1, Phelps and Sullivan going well at the top of our screen.
Нямаме промяна в класирането за момента, но пък имаме битка за сребърния медал между Съединени американски щати, втори отбор, и Италия. От италианците загребният Джовани Кодато ни е познат. Той греба миналата година в смесената осморка в Шанхай, където италианците станаха втори, а това е международен дебют за носовият в тази лодка, но пък ето, че се намират в не лоша позиция в момента, преследвайки бронзовият медал. За Съединените американски щати е интересно да се спомене, че и двете двойки без ги очакваме след около 2 часа в осморките. гонките, така че да видим колко сили ще успеят да съхранят те за там.
Through 1500 meters then, it's New Zealand in pole position. They are hurtling towards the finish line. 39 strokes a minute. The Americans sitting in silver medal position. That's USA 2. They're matching them 39 strokes a minute. But the Italians at the moment, here we go then into the final 500. They're sitting in bronze medal position at 40 strokes a minute. It's going to be a belter as it comes towards you, Colleen.
Yeah, the New Zealand combination of Welch and Taylor will be delighted with this result from the second World Cup. All is going to plan at this point in the season. They've come here to Plovdiv, they've adapted to the European time zones, and they're putting together just a phenomenal finish to this A final.
Наистина, гледайки тази гонка, се връщам в миналото, както Теди спомена, и отново виждам доминация на Нова Зеландия в тяхната дисциплина, бих казала двойка без. Към първото място почти няма кой да им го вземе. На втора позиция към момента са Съединените щати, на трета позиция Италия.
Little bit of a tailwind doesn't bother the Kiwis as they charge towards the line. Benjamin Taylor, Oliver Welch. This race has gone absolutely flawlessly for them. Start to finish, they're on their way to track down the gold with the Americans just behind them. Peter Chattain, Gus Rodriguez look to take the silver, but it is the Kiwis who will cross through first. Oliver Welch in the bow seat through the line with teammate Benjamin Taylor, solidified the gold medal for the men's pair. A high five from this U.S. combination of Peter Chattain and Gus Rodriguez as the Italians take the bronze. That's Matteo Lodo and Giovanni Cadato. Job done to the Kiwis, and they'll be delighted with this World Cup performance, I'm sure. The victory ceremony for the women's pair. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Rolland, accompanied by four-time Olympic medalist and Member of Parliament Yordan Yochev. Please welcome our bronze medalists, Czechia. Receiving the silver medals, Chile. And receiving the gold medals, the United States of America. Winners of the bronze medal and current World Rowing Cup leaders, Czechia, represented by Anna Stranstrukova and Pavlina Flamikova. The silver medalists, Chile, represented by Melita Abraham and Antonia Abraham. And now, your gold medalists, the United States of America. represented by Teal Cohen and Kate Nifton. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists. This is the A final of the women's double sculls.
Предстои финал А в дисциплината двойка скул жени.
Lane 1, the People's Republic of China, Liu Ying and Zheng Jiao. Lane 2, New Zealand, Sophie Egnott-Johnson and Ava Hoffmans. Lane 3, People's Republic of China 1, Zheng Jiyu and Sheng Zhangmei. Lane 4, the United States of America, Christy Wagner and Lauren O'Connor. Lane 5, Italy, Clara Guerra and Alice Nata. Lane 6, Austria, Laura Svoboda and Lara Tiefenthaler. We have a start to the A final of the women's double sculls. A clean start and a fair start across the board as we await margins here and start to ride with this combination from the USA of Lauren O'Connor in the stroke seat, Christy Wagner in the bow seat at about 44 strokes per minute. We see a quick start on the far side from this Chinese combination, China 1 of Sheng Zhangmei and Zhang Xinjun, and still early goings as these athletes come through their starting sequence. But in particular, we can see a good start for the Chinese.
Вече по дистанцията са и финалистките в дисциплината двойка скул жени. Това са отборите на Китай 2, Нова Зеландия, Китай 1, Съединените щати, Италия и Австрия. Много силен старт за китайските лодки.
So aggressive for this China 1 shell of Sheng Zhangmei and Zhang Zizhu. Their race strategy clearly, as we get a sense of margins with that faraway drone shot, is to get out ahead, stay in command of the race, and continue to build momentum. The GPS and speed just rolling in for us here in at the tower. So indeed, we can see that they've got clear water over the rest of the field. Closest to them, well, that's the Italians. The Italians at about 38 strokes per minute with open water or so back from this leading Chinese crew. Running for third, well, it's truly your pick because at the moment, the Austrians, the USA, the Kiwis even, and the China 2 boat running more or less level with no one touching this China 1 combination up at the top of the field. The Italians about 2 seconds off their pace as we see here. So a good start for China 1, Fergus, as they come into the second quarter.
Yeah, no surprises there, Colleen, for China 1. You know, they dominated the heats in Friday's racing. They were so in control of their performance, and that's exactly what we're seeing there again just now. You know, particularly I did wonder, you know, throw into the United States of America, see what sort of challenge they might be able to give to the People's Republic of China. But at the moment, this Chinese combination out in front leading 35 strokes a minute for them, and they are just cruising along nicely. The Italians, so obviously the Chinese and the Italians raced each other in the heats. They are going nicely in second place at the moment. And then, as Colleen, as you alluded to earlier on, that you could just throw a blanket over the rest of the field at the moment. The United States and Australia are racing for that bronze medal position at the moment.
Ето вече на териториите на двойките с кул се намираме. Изключително елегантна и бърза дисциплина, уважаеми приятели на гребането. Някои от вас може би знаят, някои не. Нека споменем все пак, че колежката ни Вили, която чувате от кулата, е световна шампионка през 1987 година, именно в същата дисциплина, заедно с нейната партньорка Стефка Мадина, и бронзов медалист през 1988 година в Сеул в тази изключително интересна дисциплина, която само след малко ще имате удоволствие да се насладите на живо как лодките минават с изключителна скорост. За момента лодката на Китай се движи най-бързо. Всеки момент очакваме резултатите на 1000 метра, да видим дали няма някакво разместване в класирането и съкращаване на изоставането, тъй като 2 секунди беше тяхта предина на 500 метра, което не е никак малко, но нека видим във второ 1000 какво ще се случи.
Well, through 1,000 metres then, 1,000 to go. We can start to hear some of the calls, some of the cheers from the coaches cycling down the far side of the course. The crews are underneath the bridge, and it is still China. No change then from 500 metres into this race. The Chinese combination out in front, leading Whiston, and that margin just growing, continuing to grow. Sitting in second place, just the Italians ahead of the Austrian combination. The United States just slipping back down into fourth place then. But China, let's see what they can do. Let's see how that margin can grow then. They're now into this third 500 metres, and they are just motoring along. Sitting nicely, as we said, 35 strokes a minute, but still the fastest moving boat. As we're starting to see perhaps a bit of a move come from the United States and from the Italians in this third 500 metres.
Имахме няколко къси размествания на 1000 метра спрямо резултатите на 500, но сега в третите такива е доста интересно и виждаме силни метри от страна на лодката на Италия. Именно те заедно с китайките бяха вчера в един полуфинал. Останалите 4 лодки бяха от втория полуфинал, който беше с ушна теория по-добри времена, но пък китайците и италианците, които бяха в една серия, дадох най-добри времена от тези 6 лодки, така че не случайно китайците в момента, всеки момент ще минат пред мен на 1500 метра като водачи в класирането. Изключително силни трети 500 от страна италианската лодка, вече по-малко от лодка преднина. Да видим какво ще стане в битката за златото, а също така и бронзът все още не е ясен, 2 лодки в битка за трето място.
Wow, what a move from Italy then in this third 500 metres, and they are ever so slightly behind, probably a foot. It's no more than a foot as we pass through the 1500 metre marker. It's Italy and China battling out for first and second place, and still Austria, United States for that third and fourth place. Momentum just with the Austrians, but this race for the gold medal position, momentum I would say is now with the Italians, who are your race leaders as we head towards the finish line.
Oh, the Italians have overhauled the People's Republic of China. The Italians are going 38 strokes per minute. Can the Americans get onto the podium? They just slip ahead of Austria.
Невероятни са италянките във втората половина на дистанцията с 38 темпо и невероятно чисто гребане. Успяха да разминат китайската лодка, но тя все още е твърде близо до тях. Третото място въобще не е ясно, защото между Съединените щати и Австрия въпросът е нос на нос.
Absolutely incredible timing from the Italians, Alice Nata, Clara Guerra. They lead now in pursuit of what could be a gold medal. Up at 40 strokes per minute, they have pushed the Chinese back. They are so far ahead now. They are solidifying this win. But who will be on the podium with them? Will it be Austria? Will it be the United States or the People's Republic of China? No doubt about it, though. The Italians going for the gold. It's the Americans running now with the Chinese, which just elbows the Austrians out. Heartbreak for Austria as these three crews run towards the line. The Italians are going. They are moving 42 strokes per minute. They will be first across the line to win the second World Cup. Absolutely incredible performance from Alice Nata, Clara Guerra as the Americans and the People's Republic of China come through. We'll get times here, confirmation in just a moment. It's a photo finish between the Chinese and the Americans for second. And the winners, of course, the Italians, they catch their breath. Big smiles, of course, a lot of pain that they're sorting through, Clara Guerra and Alice Nata. But a job well done as the United States takes the silver. It is Christy Wagner and Lauren O'Connor. Absolutely stunning end to that race for them, with the People's Republic of China of Zhang Jiyu and Shen Shuangmei with the bronze. Whew. The victory ceremony for the men's pair. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Rolland, accompanied by Chairman Plovdiv Organizing Committee Ivan Popov. Winners of the bronze medals, Italy, represented by your silver medalists, the United States of America. Receiving the gold medals, New Zealand. Winners of the bronze medals, Italy, represented by Matteo Lodo, Giovanni Codato. Your silver medalist, the United States of America, represented by Gus Rodriguez and Peter Chattain. And now your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, New Zealand, represented by Oliver Welch and Benjamin Taylor. And now put your hands together for your medal winners. This is the A final of the men's double sculls.
Предстои финал А в дисциплината двойка скул мъже.
Lane 1, Italy, Niles Tor and Marco Selva. Lane 2, the United States, James Wright and Cedar Cunningham. Lane 3, New Zealand, Benjamin Mason and Finley Hamill. People's Republic of China in Lane 4, Yishu Di and Deng Zhouwei. Lane 5 for Croatia, Martin Sinkovic and Valent Sinkovic. Lane 6, Romania, David Kostelkitic and Daniel Vasil Kitic. That's the start of the A final of the men's double sculls. A clean start, straight across the board, riding for a moment with Finley Hamill and Benjamin Mason of New Zealand, another Kiwi shell that all eyes will be on. This is a look, though, now with the Americans, Cedar Cunningham, James Wright, and we see the Sinkovic brothers looking to make an early statement up at 47-46 strokes per minute.
По дистанцията дисциплината мъже двойка скул с Италия 1, Съединени щати, Нова Зеландия, Китай 1, Хърватия и Румъния. Много добър старт за братя Синкович от Хърватия.
We heard Violetta, the Sinkovic brothers, looking to put down quite a showing here in the first 250 meters, still rolling at about 40 strokes per minute. We get a sense of those just in touch with them as the times and the speed start to roll in. Indeed, the Sinkovic brothers lead in really close touch, though. It is China 1, Yishu Di in Deng Zhouwei, keeping themselves just off the pace of Croatia. And perhaps even maybe just starting to get their bow ahead, although the Sinkovic brothers don't quite like that and push back. Running behind them, then, that's over to the USA, Wright and Cunningham, keeping their bow in the mix. And then nearly level, it's New Zealand and Romania. So New Zealand losing maybe a little bit of that momentum that we saw out of the starting blocks, with the Italians super close to the Kiwis. Those are the standing at 500 meters to go. But Fergus, we'll see if the Sinkovic brothers have something to say back to this Chinese combination.
Yeah, certainly, and I think particularly after their performances in the first World Cup, I think the same can be said for this New Zealand combination. Both New Zealand and Croatia down racing in the C final back in Seville. So the two of them will be delighted, first of all, to be back in the A final, but it won't be enough. The New Zealanders, the Kiwis and the Croatians will both be searching for medals. But out in front, though, the Chinese combination, we saw them flying at 44 strokes a minute, and I thought, well, there's got to be a settle at some point, but there's no settle. They've dropped to 41, which I certainly would describe it as settling. But New Zealand are matching them, 41 strokes a minute from them, but the Croatians just underrating them, hitting about 37, so perhaps a couple more gears to find for the Croatians. But the Chinese at the moment in this second 500 metres are just starting to etch away from the Croatians. That blistering start from the Sinkovic brothers is just starting to see them slip back on China at the moment.
Ето, че ставаме свидетели на една изключително високо конкурентна гонка в дисциплината двойка скул. Както преди малко ви споменах, една от дисциплините, която аз лично очаквам с изключителен интерес. Тези от вас, които следят гребането на високо ниво през последните няколко години, съм сигурен, че също са забелязали, както мъжкият скиф беше еталон за скуловото гребане, така в последните години все повече и повече скифьори се пренасочиха към двойките скул и никак не е случайно, че през последните 2-3 години именно при двойките скул има повече заявки, отколкото дори при скифовете, и това се вижда и в момента с високата конкуренция. Силен старт от страна на братя Синкович, както споменаха колегите, но китайците, които поне на хартия се водят фаворит, тъй като в полуфинала вчера те даваха най-добро време от всички тези лодки 6:13 в момента с половин лодка преднина на първа позиция.
Well, through 1,000 meters, it was the Chinese, but it looks like the Croatians, the Sinkovic brothers, have just checked that move as we head into the second half of this race. The Croatians just stepping on, and at one point were the fastest moving crew across all 6 of our double combinations. And it looks like the Chinese just starting to respond then as we come into this third 500 meters. The Croatians have given us some sensational finishes over this years. They've given so much to this sport, and perhaps they've got another brilliant finish up their sleeves at the moment because they're closing down on China. And at the moment, it looks like it's stroke for stroke between China and Croatia as we hurtle through this third 500 meters.
Очаквахме солидна битка за първите места, именно между Хърватия, Китай, но и Нова Зеландия. Новозеландците заедно с хърватите преди 2 седмици в Севиля бяха на финал С, но ето, че лека по лека са настроили своите часовници вече в финал А, но пък на свой ред Нова Зеландия далеч назад вече на третата позиция. Изключителна гладиаторска битка в този момент минат пред нас на 1500 метра. Лека преднина за братя Синкович, високо темпо, 41 темпо и за двете лодки, забележете, страхотни финални метри ни очакват Хърватия и Китай в битка за златните медали.
Here come the Sinkovic brothers then, leading by a third of a length as they come through the 1500 meter marker. They're back up at 41 strokes a minute. The Chinese sitting back on 40, New Zealand up at 41. All these crews now starting to come to the crescendo of this race, but it's the Croatians as we come towards the final 300 meters who are leading this one.
Yeah, we just got to look at their bow, didn't we? The Sinkovic brothers, they've been here before. They've been under pressure throughout their international career, over 50-some international medals, and they know what this moment is like. So they've put down the hammer, communicated to one another. Now is the time to go. They're at 41 strokes per minute, and they've left behind the Kiwis and the Chinese.
С 41 темпо и лодка, която върви по масло, братята Синкович в момента са на първа позиция. Виждаме атака и на Нова Зеландия, дали ще запази второто си място китайската лодка, а невероятните Синкович вървят към златния медал.
Well, the Sinkovic brothers are back up at 42 strokes per minute, chasing down the gold in this men's double sculls final. This is their category, this is their boat, and they are making that known. Now into the final 10 strokes, it is the Sinkovic brothers of Croatia to capture the gold in the men's double sculls. New Zealand looking to get certainly onto the podium, but ahead of the Chinese to take the silver. It is the Kiwis then for the silver, with the People's Republic of China for the bronze. Absolutely thrilling end to the men's double sculls, and delight from the Sinkovic brothers to take the win in this second World Cup. The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by Municipal Councillor Georgy Tityukov. We now invite our bronze medalists, the People's Republic of China. Please welcome our silver medalist, the United States of America. We now invite our gold medalists, Italy. Winners of the bronze medal, the People's Republic of China, represented by Zhang Xingxu and Shen Xiongmai. Your silver medalists, the United States of America, represented by Christy Wagner and Lauren O'Connor. And now your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, Italy, represented by Clara Guerra and Alice Nata. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists. This is the final of the women's four.
Финал жени четворка без.
Lane 1, the People's Republic of China, stroked by Wu Yihui. Lane 2, Austria, stroked by Katharina Negla. Lane 3, New Zealand, stroked by Alana Sherman. Lane 4, the United States of America, stroked by Etta Carpenter. Lane 5, Romania, stroked by Denisa Cristina Alincai. And Lane 6, Italy, stroked by Giorgia Pellaccia. This is the start of the final of the women's four. clean start out of the gates and a fast start riding now with the Americans. Etta Carpenter in the stroke seat, Isia Chikowski supporting that rhythm. The USA out at 45 strokes per minute. Italy up at 47, characteristic of their style of racing. The Romanians quick out of the gate as well. China 1, Austria and New Zealand running then on the far side of the course. We'll get a sense here of margins in just a moment, but we see that it was a good start for the Americans as they move through the early stages.
По дистанцията са лодките в дисциплината четворка без жени. Това са Китай, Австрия, Нова Зеландия, Съединени щати, Румъния и Италия. Много силен старт за американската лодка, която към момента води, макар и само с един нос по дистанцията.
Well, getting a sense of speed now from our GPS, and indeed can confirm that the Americans running out ahead, as we see on the screen, with about a half a length or so advantage over the Kiwis. The Kiwis closest to them, but Italy keeping in really good touch as well, as we get a shot there of the stroke seat at a Carpenter for the USA, setting down the rhythm now of about 37 strokes per minute. So awaiting times as we approach that 500-meter down mark, but so far for the Americans, things have gone according to plan as they keep ahead of the Kiwis. And then it's truly your pick for third, running almost level. The Italians with the Austrians staying really tight, the Kiwis in there as well. And that's a look at the times there as the USA leads moving into the second quarter. Fergus, can they hold this momentum with a moving Kiwi shell?
Well, it certainly looks like the United States are in a cracking position. Of course, the winners of the World Championships last year, just one of that crew is back this year. Chikowski sitting in the 3 seat. The rest of the crew, they've all come from the women's 8. And what a 4 they've been able to conjure up so far. As we've mentioned, though, New Zealand moving nicely next to them. But at the moment, momentum still with the United States of America as they continue to move away. Our eyes, though, as well, just on the bows of the Italian combination who are going in lane number 6. They're just starting to distance themselves from New Zealand, who are in that second place position at the moment. So as we come sort of halfway through this second 500 meters, the United States are in a really good position at this point.
Ето ги дамските четворки без по трасето вече към 1000 метра. Малка преднина за лодката на Съединените американски щати, следвана от Нова Зеландия, и останалите лодки като цяло в един кюб се придвижват. Доста нови комбинации от тези четворки без. Например, румънките са изцяло нов състав. През 2024 година една от техните състезателки, световна шампионка до 23 години, четворка с. Друга от тях е световна шампионка на четворка без, отново до 23 години. А пък носовата на Австрия на свой ред е бронзова медалистка от световното първенство за девойки през миналата година. Новозеландките трети от първата световна купа с не лоша позиция, лодка изоставена от Съединените американски щати и може би около 3 секунди на 1000 метра към този момент.
Well, clear water then for the United States of America as they come through the halfway marker. Sitting back in silver medal position, it's still this combination from New Zealand, just under 3 seconds separating our crews. In that third place, held by the Italians. They've still got contact with the Kiwis as we come into this all-important third 500 meters. And the Italians, just as we've seen with some of their other combinations, really starting to wind this rate up, 39 strokes a minute. And at this point, I think it looks like they could be the fastest moving boat, perhaps them or New Zealand, the two of them, that race for that silver and bronze medal still being won by New Zealand, but New Zealand will be so conscious of the speed that Italy will be able to just build throughout this third 500 meters and into the final stretch as well.
Продължават да водят Съединените американски щати, най-опитната лодка и самата лодка, бидейки настоящ световен шампион. Но нека отбележим, разбира се, че само една състезателка, именно зад загребната Азия Чайковски, беше в същата лодка миналата година в Шанхай, когато американките завоюваха златните медали. Останалите 3 дами слизат от осморката. На 5-та позиция се класира тя на същото световно първенство през миналата година. И ето в този момент навлизат в последно 500 метра с повече от лодка, бих казал, към този момент комфорта преднина пред Нова Зеландия. Останалите лодки в битка за 3-та позиция доста назад, може би малка преднина за Италия.
Well, United States of America then clear water over New Zealand, who have clear water over Italy, themselves clear water over Romania, and then China and Austria wrapping this one up as we come through 1,500 metres. United States out in front, and worth noting, I think, as well, not a million miles away from the world best time. It's quick conditions here in Plovdiv, but it's the United States of America leading the way as we come into the final 500.
Yeah, this U.S. combination just really working for them. They've come together this year. Asia Tchaikovsky in the 3 seat coming out of the winning women's 4 at last year's World Champs. The remaining boatmates coming out of the 8. They've joined together here at the second World Cup, and race plan going according to plan. It's open water then, with the U.S. leading and back to New Zealand, and the battle for third continues. Could the Italians get onto the podium?
Доста комфортна преднина. Американската лодка отива към първото място в тази дисциплина, четворка без. На втора позиция също така отдалечени от третите са лодката на Нова Зеландия, и като че ли италианките са на трета позиция или ще могат да влезат в медалите в тази дисциплина.
We hear the cheers from the grandstand. Big support for our leaders, the USA, with the Kiwis just about a length or so behind them. The USA takes it up to 40 strokes per minute. They increase their boat speed, and they are through the line to capture the win in this women's 4. It was meant to be, this combination coming together, and it's just worked so nicely for them here in Plovdiv. Some high fives from the New Zealand crewmates as at lane 6, the Italians come through the line then to capture the bronze. So fast and furious racing for the Americans. It's gotten them the gold, with the Kiwis taking the silver and the Italians with the bronze. The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by Deputy Mayor for Sport, Youth Activities and Social Policy, Nikolai Bukhalov. We now invite our bronze medalists, the People's Republic of China. Please welcome our silver medalist, New Zealand. Please welcome our gold medalist from Croatia. Winners of the bronze medal, the People's Republic of China, represented by Yi Shudi and Deng Zhouwei. Winners of the silver medals, New Zealand, represented by Benjamin Mason and Finley Hamill. And now, your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, Croatia, represented by Martin Sinkovic and Valent Sinkovic. Give it up for your medalist, Plovdiv. This is the A final of the men's four.
Предстои финал в четворка без мъже.
Lane 1, New Zealand, stroked by Fred Vavasauer. Lane 2, Ukraine, stroked by Alexei Selvinov. Lane 3, People's Republic of China, stroked by Bianchi Hao. Lane 4, Italy, stroked by Alexander Bonaminetta. Lane 5, Romania, stroked by Sergei Afimov. And lane 6, Uzbekistan, stroked by Alisher Todiev. This is the start of the A final for the men's four, with New Zealand, Ukraine, the People's Republic of China 1, Italy 1, Romania and Uzbekistan. Running now with China 1. Quick start out of the gate over to Ukraine. A fantastic start for this combination as well. They're in their starting sequence, in their high strokes, and we get a sense of those early bows just poking out. That's the Romanians out of lane 5. Italy, a little bit of an advantage. The Italians always so fast out of the starting blocks.
И така по дистанцията са четворките без мъже. Нова Зеландия, Украина, Китай, Италия, Румъния и Узбекистан. Невероятен старт почти за всички лодки. Италианската, китайската лодка и Украина. Конкуренцията тук ще бъде голяма.
Well, we're zeroing in on bow number 3. That's China 1, and for good reason. They're having a good early going. Biang Xinghao in the stroke seat, setting down the rhythm. We see that they lead in the first, well, not even yet 400 meters. Bow 2, that's Ukraine, New Zealand out of lane 1. All three of these crews so tightly packed, but it is the Romanians just out of the picture who are running with the Chinese as well. Clearly, the race strategy for the People's Republic of China is to get out, to stay out. As we wait times at that first 500-meter standing, they're running through that buoy zone now. The People's Republic of China, Ukraine has managed to edge themselves just over Romania, but still quite early as we move into the body of the race, the middle 1,000. But Fergus, the Chinese looking pretty solid here.
Yeah, they most certainly are. They were looking solid in their heats in the opening stage of this race on Friday, really setting a phenomenal benchmark time on that occasion, and they're just mirroring that again just now. We mentioned the Ukrainian combination going nicely, the Romanians as well. Fast starting from the Italians. I mean, no surprise to see them up at 41 strokes a minute at the moment. The question is, are they able to translate that high rate into the same sort of boat speed that we're seeing from China, from Ukraine and from Romania at the moment? But your race leaders at the moment, China, 40 strokes a minute, you're bit of a laugh with the Italians up at 41. The rest of the field is matching them. New Zealand at 40, Ukraine at 40, China, your race leaders at 40 strokes a minute. This is a fast, frantic field as we come through the second 500 meters.
Доста равностойна се очертава да бъде тази гонка. Признавам, че съм леко разочарован за италианците, тъй като те спечелиха вчера своята серия. Отделно двама от тях от този състав от миналата година, бронзови медалисти от Европейското първенство в Пловдив, точно 53 седмици преди днес. За сега на пета позиция италианската лодка продължава да се движи доста по-бавно от останалите, макар и с 40 темпо. В този момент вече според GPS изглеждат, че са възстановили не лоша скорост. Да видим италианците във второто 1000 какво ще направят. Не лоша преднина за китайците, но все още цели 1000 метра ни остават до финалната линия.
Well, through 1,000 meters then, the advantage still with our combination from China, but pushing themselves up into silver medal position. It's New Zealand, it's the Kiwis in lane 1, 6th for them in Seville a couple of weeks ago, and here they are in the hunt for a medal in Plovdiv. Going nicely though, sitting in third place, the combination from Ukraine. Consistent, they've been consistent all race long so far. Second at 500, they've got to hold on now as we come through the third 500 meters, but at the moment, no one is catching this combination from China, who continue to lead in lane number 3.
Продължават китайците да водят, но сериозен отпор им дават новозеландците в далечни от трибуните. Първи коридор. Новозеландците, както колегите споменаха, 6-ти от Световната купа преди 2 седмици, първия кръг от Световната купа в Севиля. Двама от тези състезатели слизат от миналогодишната осморка от отбора до 23 години на Нова Зеландия, които станаха в Познан втори. Така че не лоша комбинация от страна на кивитата от далечна Нова Зеландия с китайците. Ще се борят, по всичко личи, до последно място за златните медали. А ето, че Украйна и Румъния продължават да водят битка на свой ред пък за бронзовия такъв.
So China still leading them, but the Kiwis have contact. They're sitting one length down on China as we come into the final 500 meters. All of our crews are above 40 strokes a minute. This is going to be a phenomenal finish in the A final of the men's coxless fours.
Ето ги към червените бочки лодките. Виждаме, че и лодката на Узбекистан в близкия коридор до трибуните, в които гребе Иван Янкулов, състезателят на Оливет. Няколко пъти му се измъкват медалите на световните първенства, тъй като той е гребал в двойка без ролеви и за юноши, и за младежи, и ставал четвърти. Няколко пъти за България. Неком пожелаем на него успех. Истински гладиаторски битки се очертават за медалните позиции в четворките без при мъжете.
Well, this young combination from the People's Republic of China, just 22, 19, 21, and 22 years old, with Bian Xiao in the stroke seat, looking to capture the gold. Rising talent for this roster for the Chinese, up at 42 strokes per minute. But who will join them on the podium?
И така, четворката без на Китай се устремила към първата позиция, но след това нищо не е ясно. Между Украйна, Румъния и Узбекистан.
Oh, the crowd is going wild because that silver medal up for grabs. Who will get the silver and the bronze? The Chinese will take the gold. They are through the line. But what a charge from the Romanians there at the end as we await those final times. Fist bumps, some slapping of the water from the Romanians because that was a fantastic sprint. We can confirm it is Romania to get the silver. Wow, Romania fourth at the 1,500 meter down to move into that silver medal position, which pushes New Zealand into third, but on the podium, the 1, 2, 3, the young People's Republic of China combination, followed by Romania and New Zealand. The victory ceremony for the women's 4. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by Municipal Councillor Georgy Titiukov. Please welcome our bronze medalists, Italy. Receiving the silver medals, New Zealand. Please welcome our gold medalist, the United States of America. Winners of the bronze medal, Italy! Represented by Silvia Terrazzi, Elisa Mondelli, Angelica Merlini, and Giorgia Pelacci. The silver medalists and current World Cup leaders, New Zealand! Represented by Ella Kossel, Kate Haynes, Isla Blake, and Alana Sherman. And now, your gold medalists, the United States of America, represented by Alexandria Valencia Martinson, Mia Levy, Asia Tchaikovsky, and Etta Carpenter. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists! This is the A final of the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Предстои финал А на PR3 смесена двойка скул.
Lane 1, Uzbekistan, Dinara Belyania and Akbarali Abduvaliv. Lane 2, Turkey, Recep Tula and Nurkan Koyaman. Well, it's a two-boat final for the PR3 mixed double sculls. Out with a clean start for both of these crews, Uzbekistan and Turkey riding now with this Uzbek combination, Evelianina and Abdulaliv. And it was a good start and a clean start for both of these crews. Turkey starting to get into their early starting sequence as well, with a slight advantage to Uzbekistan.
По дистанцията са вече двете лодки в финала на двойката скул, смесена двойка скул за спортисти с увреждания. Страхотен старт и за двете лодки, като към момента с малка преднина е лодката на Узбекистан.
We get a sense of the early margins here in the first 250 meters. A good swing from this Uzbek combination, Dinara Belyania, and just a good swing into the bow. We see that momentum through the 250, carrying them with Abdu Aliv in the stroke seat. They've got about clear water now advantage over Turkey, increasing their boat speed in the early goings of this race as our speed starts to roll in. So Uzbekistan at about 35 strokes per minute, moving just a bit quicker than Turkey as we approach that first timing marker. So Uzbekistan lengthening into that base cadence. We see that good swing and that good push down into the back half of the stroke in particular, carrying them through with Turkey, again, just a bit of open water back to this combination. Deciding to row it a little bit lower, Turkey. Uzbekistan staying a bit aggressive up at the front of the stroke, quick into the water to carry them through that first timing mark. So 500 meters gone already for the PR3 mixed double sculls A final. And Fergus, Uzbekistan, so far things going to plan?
Yeah, things going to plan, and things very much reflecting some of the racing that we've seen already here at World Rowing Cup 2 in Plovdiv. You know, we've had both of these crews in action in their preliminary race on Friday, and it was a really dominant performance from this Uzbekistan combination. Looking to see how Turkey can respond, how they can bounce back, but at the moment, yeah, the Uzbekistan combination out in front and mirroring that performance that we saw on Friday, and actually very much mirroring performances that we've seen so far this season as well. Both of the crews in action at the Paris Para Regatta a few weeks ago, and Uzbekistan placing second ahead of Turkey on that occasion.
Нямаме изненада в раздвижването в тази гонка. Тези от вас, които следят Световната купа още от петък, от първия старт, знаят, че тогава тези два отбора се срещнаха в битка за разпределение само на коридорите, където узбекистантите спечелиха с преднина от 37 секунди. Така че в тази дисциплина за атлети с специални потребности преднината, освен на хартия, ето че е абсолютно доказано от страна на Узбекистан, които с доста комфортна преднина се движат, наближавайки към този момент 1000 метра. Сега ще ви дам малко история за спортът гребане и атлетите с специални потребности към него. Първият документиран случай се случва през 1913 година, когато директорът на колежа за незрящи в Уорстър, Обединеното кралство, създава няколко дисциплини спортни, в които студентите могат да се състезават и да тренират на първо време. И през следващата година, 2014, е организирано първото състезание именно между Уорстър и Олд Бойс за атлети с специални потребности.
Well, through 1,000 meters then, it's our combination from Uzbekistan who are continuing to lead, continuing to grow the advantage that they have over Turkey here at World Cup 2 in Plovdiv. This Uzbekistan combination now leading at 18 seconds or so. They have the advantage over Turkey. Uzbekistan 7th at the World Championships. Last year they were 4th at World Cup 2, and here they are out in front leading the second World Cup of the season here in Plovdiv. Really impressive from them, continuing to overrate. They've been consistent, 34 strokes a minute throughout the course. But Turkey perhaps just starting to raise that rate of striking, starting to put a bit of a push in here as we come through the third 500 meters. But they've got to change a lot if they're going to just reduce that advantage that Uzbekistan have on the race at the moment.
Вече във второ 1000 метра узбекистанците продължават да увеличават своята преднина, може пък да се състезават срещу часовника, зависи техният треньор какъв план е изградил за това състезание. Що се касае до състезанията за атлети с специални потребности в програмата на Световната федерация по гребане, то бива въведено през 2001 година и първото участие се случва през следващата година в Севиля на световните първенства през 2002 година. В пък паралимпийската програма е въведено през 2005 година и първите дисциплини се появяват веднага в Пекин през 2008. Първите две олимпиади на 1000 метра и от Рио де Жанейро насам вече атлетите с специални потребности се движат на състезават, на 2000. А що се касае до тази дисциплина PR2 смесена двойка скул, PR3 смесена двойка скул, тя заедно с същата от категория PR2 е въведена през 2017 година и в Пловдив през 2018 на световното за мъже и жени бяха вторите в историята световни първенства с гонки в тези серии. На първата олимпиада след това те пропуснаха, защото Международният олимпийски комитет не ги беше добавил и в Париж 2024 беше въвеждането на тези две дисциплини, смесените двойки скул, PR2 и PR3 и така наближавайки вече червените бочки, може би около 150 метра преднина, но нека, уважаеми дами и господа, аплодираме тези атлети с специални потребности за усилията, които те полагат, за да могат да се състезават в нашия красив спорт.
Both of our crews through 1500 metres then, and there is no change with our race leaders. Uzbekistan have been sensational right from the get-go. They were sensational in the preliminary race on Friday, and they're doing the exact same thing again here just now, leading out this A final of the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Yeah, thanks very much, Fergus. This Uzbek crew absolutely impressing. It's the season debut for both of these crews, for Turkey and Uzbekistan as they go head-to-head here. But Uzbek pointing out that these are some of our youngest competitors. So fantastic to see Abduvaliyev in particular, the 16-year-old in the stroke seat for Uzbekistan. And just behind him, his teammate Dinara Belyanina at just 17 years old. So they're young, they're aggressive, and they're making that rhythm work.
Изключителна преднина за младите атлети от Узбекистан. Те са на юношеска възраст, бих казала, но виждате колко добре се движат по дистанцията и наистина ще вземат своя златен медал. Турската лодка остава на втора позиция и така финал за Узбекистан в тази дисциплина.
Uzbekistan in their final few strokes to win the PR3 mixed double sculls through the line. Absolutely incredible. This combination again, just 17 and 16 years old, confirming the regatta's youngest competitors. They were 7th at the World Rowing Championships and they've come here to Plovdiv to win the second World Cup. Absolutely delighted with that result, as they should be. A little kiss from the stroke seed, Abduvaliyev, and a big congratulations to Uzbekistan as Turkey rounds out the end of their second World Cup with a big push and a swing, an increase in speed as they come through the line. It's Uzbekistan with a win in the PR3 mixed double sculls. The victory ceremony for the men's four. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by Mayor of the Zapaden District, Tony Stoicheva. We now invite our bronze medalists, New Zealand. Please welcome our silver medalist, Romania. We now invite our gold medalist, the People's Republic of China. Winners of the bronze medal, New Zealand, represented by Joshua Vodanovic, Harry Fitzpatrick, Campbell Crouch, and Fred Vavasauer. Your silver medalists and current World Cup rowing leaders, Romania, represented by Nicolae Razvenstoen, Sebastian Alex Tasca, Antonel Avacarti, and Sergei Anifmov. And now your gold medalists, the People's Republic of China, represented by Li Xuan, Li Zhongping, Xiao Jiaoji, and Bianche Xiao. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists! This is the final of the women's quads with Czechia in lane 1, stroked by Markita Nevedolova. Lane 2, the People's Republic of China, stroked by Han Mengiao. Lane 3, United States of America, Emily Kahlfeldts at stroke. Lane 4, New Zealand, with Olivia Hay at stroke. And lane 5, Romania, Bianca Elena Dragici at stroke. That's the start of the final for the women's quadruple sculls. It's Czechia, the People's Republic of China, the United States of America, New Zealand, and Romania riding now with the USA.
По дистанцията са и лодките при жени четворка скул, а те са на първи коридор в Чехия, втори Китай, трети Съединени щати, четвърти Нова Зеландия и пети Румъния. Много добър старт на новозеландската и румънската лодка.
And it's a clean start across the board in the early goings as we get a sense in just a moment here of exactly where these margins stand. Riding with the People's Republic of China, we know that this is a shell we'll want to keep an eye on. Such proficient scullers and demonstrating that in these early stages. Indeed, it's the People's Republic of China with just about a bow deck or so over the United States of America. Both incredibly experienced crews lining up against one another for this A final in the women's quad. It's the advantage, though, to the Chinese. The Americans truly going toe-to-toe with the Kiwis keeping in good touch as we see Romania on our screens for just a moment here as well. This Romanian combination, Bianca Elena Draghici in the stroke seat, setting a rhythm. And while the USA up at the top of the field, we're not quite at the 500-meter down, but China may be able to hold on to it just about a half a canvas separating these two. And for the first time, the USA leads coming into 500 meters down. Fergus, quite difficult to separate the Chinese and the Americans at the moment.
It most certainly is, and I think particularly having watched the preliminary race unfold on Friday, it was a dominant win for the United States, putting more than 7 seconds into the People's Republic of China. But this is the A final. It's an entirely new script that's being written at the moment, and it is the United States of America who are now leading and now just starting to settle into their rhythm. They start to move away from China, who are just slipping back on them ever so slightly at the moment. China will have to be careful, though, about New Zealand that have been alluded to and have been mentioned. This New Zealand crew have just got so much talent on board and are moving nicely and just starting to settle quite well into that bronze medal position. But out in front and moving away from the field, it's the United States of America.
Движат се що годе по същия начин лодките, както и на гонката за коридор в петък в тази дисциплина дамска четворка без рулеви. Тогава, разбира се, залогът беше единствено коридор и голяма част от състезателките не си даваха много зор. Тогава имаше по 7 секунди разлика между първата и втората и третата и четвъртата лодка и петите, които са и в момента румънките, финишираха още повече зад останалите. Сега нещата стоят малко по-интересно, като нито златният, нито бронзовият медал все още са ясни в тази дисциплина. Едно е сигурно, 4 от лодките, може би само без румънците, ще продължат до последните метри в битката за разпределение на медалите.
Well, through 1,000 metres then, United States still leading, but we have a new crew in second place. That is New Zealand. The fast-starting Chinese quartet have just been pushed down into that bronze medal position because here come New Zealand, who are really starting to build some momentum as we enter the third 500 metres. Sixth for them in Seville. They were fifth at last year's World Championships with Veronica and Olivia there on board, and they've also brought in Rebecca Lee, who picked up that bronze medal at the World Championships in the 4 and the 8. So a huge amount of talent in this New Zealand boat. They've overhauled China, but they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to overhaul the United States of America, who are still the fastest moving boat on the water in this third 500 metres. They're going to be incredibly difficult to catch.
Изостанаха малко чехкините, но пък Китай и Нова Зеландия все още се държат една до друга, разделяйки втората позиция. Явно битката ще бъде за сребърните медали. Да видим дали това ще остане по този начин. Американките с 36 темпо, спокойна преднина. Всеки момент ще минат пред 1500 метровата кабинка, в която се намираме ние, да видим под прав ъгъл каква ще бъде тяхната преднина. Китайките с значително по-слабо трето 500 от своите конкурентки от Нова Зеландия вече все повече и повече назад. Нова Зеландия, знаете, това е стара тяхна запазена марка. Трето 500 метра новозеландките наистина успяха да се здобият с преднина, гледайки към втората позиция, но пък златния медал се очертава да е твърде далеч пред тях. Навлизат в този момент последно 500 лодките, солидна преднина за щатите и лодка и много малко преднина за Нова Зеландия на втората позиция пред Китай.
Clear water then for the United States of America through 1,500 metres. 500 to go, then it's New Zealand leading out China, who have clear water over the crew in lane 1. That's Czechia. But it could be the start of a golden day for Sofia Vitas for the United States. She'll be doubling up in the mixed doubles later on today. But she's out in front leading with this USA quartet as they head towards you, Colleen, in the tower.
Yeah, they're flying toward us here in the tower. We see the blades of the United States. Such pedigree in this U.S. shell in particular for the stern pair. That's Emily Kahlfeldt out of the women's 4 from the last Olympic Games and Sofia Vitas out of the women's double. They come together here in the women's quad and are just setting a punishing rhythm, daring everyone else to keep up with them. Closest to them, though, are the Kiwis, and then back to the People's Republic of China, over to Czechia, and then Romania.
Разделили са се медалистите в тази серия от останалите. Начело е лодката на Съединените щати с комфортна преднина. Вече лодката на Нова Зеландия като че ли направи лодка и малко на китайките. Едва ли могат да ги стигнат, но виждам, че в момента китайската лодка започва своя финален спринт. Не знам дали ще имат място за промяна на класацията.
Yeah, the United States take it up to 39 strokes per minute. They are nearly through the line, and through they are to win the women's quad, the A final. It is the USA, and the Kiwis then coming through the line as well. The Kiwis moving from third at 500 down into that second place, that silver position, with the People's Republic of China capturing the bronze. It was exactly the way the United States wanted it to go, and it was. It's the USA with the gold in the women's quad.
Лъжица? Не. Нищо няма. Ти манджичка ли имаш?
The victory ceremony for the PR3 mixed double sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Frida Svensson, accompanied by Member of Parliament Katya Stekova. Receiving the gold medal, Uzbekistan. Your gold medalist, Uzbekistan, represented by Dinara Belyanina and Akbarali Abduvaliv. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists. This is the final of the men's quadruple sculls.
Предстои финал на четворка скул мъже.
Lane 1, New Zealand. Stroked by Ari Rasmussen Magasiva. Lane 2, Ukraine. Stroked by Ivan Dovhodko. Lane 3, Czechia. Stroked by Taras Mahacek. Lane 4, Italy. Giacomo Gentili in stroke. Lane 5, the People's Republic of China, with Yu Zhewei in stroke. Lane 6, Romania. Stefan Bogdan Morales in stroke. That's the start of the men's quadruple sculls. It's the A final. These boats so fast and furious, the quads, they move so quickly and proficiently. And well, we see that out of the gate truly for all of these crews riding now with the Italians. We'll get a sense here of margins in just a moment, but you can see the stroke rates in the bottom left just firing out of the gates with the Italians up at about 47 there in the early goings. Some bows just starting to poke out. We can see the Kiwis just getting themselves a little bit ahead. That's Ben Olafias in the bow seat just next to them. Ukraine, Czechia just out of the picture, and once again the Italians. So early goings, but a good start for the Kiwis and the Italians.
По дистанцията вече е дисциплината четворка скул мъже. Там са лодките на Нова Зеландия, Украина, Чехия, Италия, Китай и Румъния. Много силен старт за новозеландската лодка, но виждаме, че италианците и Китай не им отстъпат и в момента италианците като че ли са лидери.
Well, the speed is in, and we can see the Italians and the Chinese going toe-to-toe. Italy up at 41 strokes per minute, running absolutely level with the People's Republic of China. Zhou Wei and Ni Yide in the stroke seat for this Chinese combination. Just off of them, well, Ukraine keeping themselves in it as well. So Ukraine running a pretty tight third. And then truly your pick for first, Czechia, Romania, New Zealand, Romania, maybe the only crew just a bit off the pace at the moment. Riding now into the second quarter, the Chinese Fergus with a slight advantage.
Yeah, this is an absolute turnout for the books from this Chinese combination. Just one of them has returned from the crew that was 7th last year in Shanghai. That's Mu Xiaolong in the bow seat. But the Italians, of course, the Olympic silver medalists last year's World Championships, and they're being challenged by this sensational quartet that we've seen come together from the People's Republic of China. And it's China who are still leading without a couple of meters, just a few feet separating Italy and China at this point. And then that Ukrainian combination, Ukraine that produced some sensational quad sculls over the years, just sitting in that bronze medal position. But China, what a performance from this crew as they lead in the second 500.
Наближавайки 1000 метра, продължава да не се разпокъсва гонката. Четирите лодки в средните коридори все още са близко една до друга. Единствено чехите може би изостават, разбира се. В случая не говорим за Нова Зеландия и Румъния, които са изостанали. Имат какво да направят. Все пак има повече от 1000 метра до края. Италианската лодка в момента разделя първата позиция заедно с Китай. Китайците доста силни на тази световна купа. Наистина много приятен за гледане отбор. Но, разбира се, безспорният фаворит в тази гонка е лодката на Италия с същия състав от последните 3 години. Световни шампиони през миналата година, сребърни медалисти от Олимпиадата в Париж преди 2 години и 3 от тези състезатели бяха в същия състав и през 23-та година, когато в Белград лодката завърши също на втора позиция. Абсолютно нос до нос според GPS-а. 40-39-40 темпо с еднаква скорост двете лодки. Предстоят ни много интересни последни метри.
I think into this third 500 metres, Italy have decided that now is the time to move, now is the time to kick on because they've drawn level with China. And if anything, Italy are now your race leaders. It's been a really impressive move from them and they've kicked on. But China are just not letting them go at this stage. And I tell you what, the other crew who I think are impressing me as well, they're sitting further back, but Czechia finding him some speed in this third 500 metres as well. Still, your bronze medalists are the combination from Ukraine, but Italy and China, what a race this has been, what a race it's developing, but at the moment, momentum is with Italy.
Италианците с много силни трети 500 успяват да се качат на първата позиция за първи път по време на тази гонка. Китайците и на 500 и на 1000 минаха първи, но ето че Италия вече с нос преднина навлизат в този момент в последни 500 метра лодките. Точно един нос по-малко от половин лодка преднина за италианците, следвани от Китай. Украйна в по-отдалечения втори коридор от трибуните също с доста солидна скорост. Около 40 темпо за тези лодки. Много бърза скорост, наистина феноменални финални метри ни очакват.
It tells you everything you need to know about this race, that a decisive move only saw Italy gain about half a length on China. This is set to be a brilliant finish to this run. Italy and China, but the momentum with Italy as they head towards you in the tower, Colleen.
Yeah, Italy with the race plan, with a bit of a patient race plan. They were second for the first half and at the 1,000-meter mark decided that it was time to go. As you say, these are the gold medal winners from the 2025 World Rowing Championships, and they're back together here at the second World Cup and looking to track down yet another gold medal.
250 метра преди финала, начало с световните шампиони от Италия, които са се устремили към своята поредна победа. На втора позиция лодката на Китай, следвана от отбора на Украйна. Едва ли ще има размествания, но да видим. Начало Италия.
Well, just look at how proficient the Italians are. Such rhythm, up at 43 strokes per minute, looking to close out this A final. Who will be on the podium with them? The People's Republic of China running with them. And on the far side, Ukraine out of lane 2. Ukraine looking to get themselves onto the podium. They're running third. The People's Republic of China second. But of course, it is Italy. It was always going to be Italy in the men's quadruple sculls. A fantastic job to the Italians and this combination back for the 2026 season. It's the winner, Italy, of the men's quadruple sculls. The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Frida Svensson, accompanied by Municipal Councillor Representative of the DPS, Ali Bayram. We now invite our bronze medalist, the People's Republic of China. Please welcome our silver medalists, New Zealand. We now invite our gold medalist, the United States of America. Winners of the bronze medal, the People's Republic of China, represented by Zhao Shuyi, Li Yang, Xu Ziyu, and Han Mengyao. Your silver medalists, New Zealand, represented by Veronica Wall, Rebecca Lee, Stella Clayton-Green, and Olivia Hay. And now your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, the United States of America, represented by Isabella Darvin, Evan Park, Sophia Vitus, and Emily Caulfels. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists. This is the A final of the women's single sculls.
Предстои финал А в скифа жени.
Lane 1, Ukraine, Katarina Dudchenko. Lane 2, Czechia, Alice Prokesova. Lane 3, the United States of America, Grace Joyce. Lane 4, Serbia, Jovana Arsic. Lane 5, the People's Republic of China, Wang Xixuan. Lane 6, Uzbekistan, Anna Prakatin. That's the buzzer, and it's the start of the women's single sculls A final, one of the deepest events here at the second World Cup, and certainly an accomplishment in and of itself to make it into this prestigious A final. We're riding now with some of our early leaders as we get a sense of times, and that's bow number 2 of Czechia, Alice Proskesova. And early goings, she's up at 39 strokes per minute. And bow number 1 just poking out, perhaps not surprising to see Katarina Dudchenko as an early leader.
И така по дистанцията с скифовете жени, това са Украйна, Чехия, Съединени щати, Сърбия, Китай и Узбекистан. Много добър старт за състезателката на Украйна, следвана от Чехия и Узбекистан.
You see that camera just zoom in right into bow number 1 of Katerina Dudchenko. So much skill and pedigree from this Ukrainian sculler in an outside lane. So looking to make her mark. As we get a sense, though, of times rolling in, we now pan over to the People's Republic of China because this is our now leader, Xi Shuen of the People's Republic of China, with just about, well, a 5 meter or so advantage over Serbia just on the other side of her. The three bows then running absolutely level. That's the USA, Czechia, and Ukraine for what could be third. And then it's back to Uzbekistan 1. That's a look at our Serbian sculler, Jovana Arsic, another athlete with just loads of pedigree as she gets a sense of exactly where the line is. We're 500 meters down, and so far things going according to plan for Huang Xi Schuenfergus of the People's Republic of China.
И така минаха 500 метра лодките в тази дисциплина. Води лодката на Китай. Да видим дали влезлата с най-добро време Йована Арсич ще успее да навакса в втората половина на дистанцията. В момента тя вече е на втора позиция. Наистина в скифа всичко се решава в последните 200 метра, както казвам аз, защото лодката е малка и винаги ни очакват изненади. На близо 680-700 ветра води Китай, следвано от Сърбия, трета позиция за Съединените щати, плътно зад нея в лодките на Украйна и Узбекистан.
Well, we're now well into the second quarter, and it continues to be the People's Republic of China, but just barely, because the pedigree of Jovana Arsic starting to show off here as she gets her bow ahead, Fergus, for the first time. And we'll continue then riding with our Chinese sculler. So it is Serbia can confirm that Jovana Arsic leading up at the top of the field, a cool 34 strokes per minute. The Chinese sculler Huang Xi Shuen, well, the 26-year-old, we haven't seen too much on the international stage, so fantastic to see her here in Plovdiv. I think she's making her international debut and doing it in style in the women's single sculls A final here in Plovdiv. Over in lane 1, well, that's Katerina Dudchenko. We can see her bow just poking out, but she's maybe a little bit off the pace of some of our leaders up at the top of the field. Not by much as the standings roll in at halfway. Violetta.
Да, начало в момента е Йована Арсич, много опитна състезателка от Сърбия. Миналата година е участвала на двойка без и има второ място на европейско, пето място на световно първенство. Предимно сме виждали в скифа и виждаме, че сега отново затвърждава своите позиции в тази лодка. Започна своята атака и състезателката от Съединените щати, която вчера влезе с второ време в тази серия. На трето място все още се задържа лодката. Не, виждам, че лодката на Узбекистан вече е надминала лодката на Китай и върви към бронзовите медали, но разликите там са съвсем малко. Убедителна е предината на Йована Арсич.
Well, Jovana Arsic up at the top of the field, Fergus, as we roll through the third 500.
You're absolutely right, Colleen. You know, she's made an absolutely sensational move. You know, we talked about the race that she had with China earlier on, but she is just motoring it away at the moment, which means that, you know, second place at the moment is, as we've mentioned, occupied by Grace Joyce. 8th overall in the women's double scull at last year's World Championships. Now she's moving into the single scull and having a real crack at the field, and she's moving nicely, but there's work to be done if she's to catch up with our race leader, Jovana Arsic. Of course, winner of the C final of the women's single sculls at Paris, but here she is out in front leading in Plovdiv.
Ето ги дамите наближават вече последни 500 метра. Гонката, прощайте, е в решителната си фаза. Йована Арсич в момента, само да проверя, прощайте, тъй като имахме малък технически проблем в нашата кабинка. Вече точно така на първа позиция, но е била на втора на 500 метра. Китайската състезателка обаче не е успяла да се справи с мощта на нашата западна съседка от Сърбия. И така Сърбия, следвана от Съединените американски щати и Узбекистан и Украина в битка за бронзовите медали.
Great position for Ivana Arsic of Serbia to be in at the moment. She's got clear water over the silver medal, who's riding with Grace Joyce at the moment. Grace, you know, she passed us at 1500, looking fantastic, but at the moment in position A, it's Serbia's Ivana Arsic, Colleen.
Yeah, Jovana Arsic, a name that we all know. Of course, she was the single sculler at the Olympic Games representing Serbia. She's back here at the second World Cup and looking to capture the gold, continuing to push the rest of the field behind her. And who is the rest of the field looking to get onto the podium? The USA in a close second, and then Ukraine keeping themselves in contention. But it looks like maybe Uzbekistan has something to say about that as Uzbekistan runs third.
И така, начало все още в финалните метри Йована Арсич от Сърбия, следвана от Грейс Джойс, която е на втора позиция, и атака на лодката на Украина, мисля, в първи коридор. Да видим дали ще остане за Узбекистан третата позиция.
All going to plan for Jovana Arsic of Serbia up at the top of the field and holding. Grace Joyce cannot track her down, but is looking to get herself onto the podium for that silver medal position. The bronze, though, can Ukraine pull it off? Will they be able to overhaul Uzbekistan? I don't think there's time. Uzbekistan up now at 41 strokes per minute. Anna Prakatin with a big sprint. She moved from fourth into third at 500 to go, and she's held, but no doubt about it, it is Jovana Arsic of Serbia to capture the gold. Little fist pump from her, well deserved, with America then, the USA, running second for the silver. So the winner of the women's single sculls, again, such a deep category with loads of pedigree, is Serbia, with the American Grace Joyce to take second, and Uzbekistan, Anna Prakatin, to take the bronze. The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Frida Svensson, accompanied by Chairman, Plovdiv Organizing Committee Ivan Popov. We now invite our bronze medalists from Ukraine. Please welcome our silver medalists from the People's Republic of China. Receiving the gold medalists, Italy.
Winners of the bronze medal, Ukraine, represented by Alexander Belay, Artem Verestuk, Yuri Ivanov, and Ivan Dovhodko. Your silver medalists, the People's Republic of China, represented by Mu Xiaolong, Shui Hao, Ni Yidu, and O Zhiwei. And now your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, Italy, represented by Luca Traumento, Luca Rambaldi, Andrea Panizza, and Giacomo Gentili. Plovdiv, join us in congratulating today's medal winners. This is the final of the women's 8.
Предстои финал на осморка жени.
Lane 1, the United States of America. Coxed by Nina Castagna, stroked by Kate Nifton. Lane 2, the People's Republic of China. Coxed by Song Jia-yi, stroked by Wu Yongmei. That's the start for the women's 8 final with the United States of America and the People's Republic of China. Quick start and a fast start riding with the Americans, who went 45 out of the gate. Nina Castagna in the stroke seat, over then to the Chinese at 45. Song Jia-yi in the coxswain seat for the Chinese. Dual race style, so 2 boats coming down the track. Ever so important to stay in really good touch. It was the Americans Americans in the prior round in the preliminary race with the win on that occasion. But as the USA and the People's Republic of China line up for the final, it's up for anyone.
Стартираха и женските осморки. Това са Съединените щати и Китай. Много добър старт за американската лодка. Тя победи в предварителните серии с доста добра преднина. Да видим дали днес ще се повтори същата ситуация.
Well, the Chinese rowing it a bit higher than the Americans, although both still up pretty high. The USA at 40 to the People's Republic of China to their 42, 43 strokes per minute. We mentioned the preliminary race. That's a chance to test race tactics, to get out and line up against one another. That's exactly what these two crews will have done. And so the Chinese know that they need to go quick with the Americans out of the gate and in the early goings. Fergus, as they approach that first 500-meter mark, the Chinese still in good touch, but the Americans lead.
Yeah, the Americans are leading, and it's been a sensational day for this entire sweep squad from the United States of America. Vast majority of this crew doubling up. They've won the women's 4 already. They've won the women's pair. And here they are looking to do the triple, win the pair 4 and the 8 here at World Rowing Cup 2 in Plovdiv. We've talked about the Chinese. They're starting to slip back ever so slightly further now. The United States have just been dominant in the opening stages of this one. Sitting a little bit lower on the rating than the Chinese, so longer strokes. Just get that distance per stroke from the United States. It's just sensational at the moment. But the two of them are hurtling through the second 500 metres. But at the moment, China trailing the United States of America.
При дамските осморки изненади няма. Към момента, даже още от началото, водачеството е в ръцете на Съединените американски щати. Секунда 62 на 500, което за осморка, разбира се, абсолютно нищо, но към момента второто 500 на лодката на Съединените американски щати, изключително силни метри и лека по лека увеличават своята преднина, като продължават да се движат с по-висока скорост. Двете лодки с около 37-8 темпо, но Съединените американски щати значително по-мощна към този момент водна работа, продължават да увеличават своята преднина. Всеки момент лодките ще минат през 1000 метра. Сега минават точно под моста. Още 20 на метра им остават, да видим каква ще бъде разликата на 1000, но тук си личи от всякъде, че ще бъде безапелационна победа за Съединените американски щати. 3 минути и 1 секунда, 4,20 преднина на 1000 метра за щатите, което наистина е доста сериозно.
Well, first across the line for the United States of America was Molly Bruggeman. So much experience that she's able to bring to that bow seat, of course, which won the women's coxless 4 back at the 2018 World Championships. And she'll be able to look back, see the rest of her crew continuing to move away from China, that lead ever expanding. It was about a second and a half at 500 metres. Now it's over 4 seconds as they come through the 1,000-metre marker into the third 500. And this experienced crew from the United States, as we've said, already won the women's 4, already won the women's pair here at the second World Cup in Plovdiv. But they also bring a huge amount of experience, having won the women's coxless 4 at the 2025 World Championships. 3 of those athletes on board and leading out this final of the women's 8.
Ето ги вече, наближавайки 1500 метра, продължават да водят американките. По тази гонка няма какво повече да си кажем, така че ще ви разкажа някои интересни неща за американската осморка. Както знаете, в тяхната програма това е лодката, която се обръща най-много внимание, дамската осморка. Те са и рекордьори по най-много спечелени златни медали в поредни години. 2006 година Итан, Англия, 2007 Мюнхен, Олимпийските игри 2008 година, 2009 година в Познан, 2010 година Карапиро, 2011 година в Блед, Олимпийските игри в Лондон 2012 година, 2013 година в Чунгджу, Южна Корея, 2014 година в Амстердам, 2015 година в Екбале, Франция и Олимпийските игри 2016 година Рио де Жанейро. 11 поредни години златен медал за американската осморка и разбира се през следващата година световното първенство беше в Съединените американски щати 2017, което, както се досеждате, означаваше, че тяхната доминация приключи и те финишираха тогава четвърти, изпускайки дори медалите и така страхотно гребан от страна на американките пред трибуните, вече преднина за тях.
Well, the United States synonymous with success in the women's 8, and Colleen, as they head back to you in the tower, it's looking like we're going to see more of that success here today.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this result, won't they? They've been able to get out ahead and improve their margin up at 38 strokes per minute as they come into the red buoy zone. And as you say, Fergus, just loads of experience in this crew. Nina Castagna in the coxswain seat, Kate Nifton, Teal Cohen, Aja Kachowski coming out of that gold medal winning four at the last World Championship. And well, a job well done to the Americans. They're now in their final 20 strokes.
И така, както Теди каза, нищо изненадващо. Американките с традиция в тази дисциплина са начело вече с повече от 3-4 лодки пред лодката на Китай. Финишират на първа позиция американската осморка.
The Americans kick it up to 42 strokes per minute to win the women's 8 final. Great performance from them start to finish. We saw it in the preliminary round. Little look from Nina Castagna over her shoulder to get a sense of where the Chinese are. They are safe. They are through the line with the People's Republic of China in their final few strokes up at 41. It's the Americans then to take the gold in the women's 8. The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by Race Director Nikolai Gospodarsky. Please welcome our bronze medalist, Uzbekistan. Receiving the silver medal, the United States of America. Please welcome our gold medalist, Serbia. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Uzbekistan, Anna Prakatin. Winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, Grace Joyce. And now your gold medalist and current World Rowing Cup leader, representing Serbia, Jovana Arsic. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists. This is the A final of the men's single sculls.
Предстои финал в скиф мъже.
Lane 1, Romania, Mihai Chiruta. Lane 2, Turkey, Sevdet Edge Mutla. Lane 3, Italy, Gabriel Suarez. Lane 4, the United States of America, Jacob Flihal. Lane 5, the United States of America, Samuel Melvin. Lane 6, Uzbekistan, Shokbov Kolmurazayev. This is the start of the men's single sculls A final, a deep category and an incredibly competitive category as we see these athletes just shoot out of the gate. Little wobble there as we start to get into our starting sequence, into our longer strokes out of the gate, but he's recovered nicely, the American. Lane 6, closest to us, Uzbekistan, Kormarazayev, with a quick start up at 39 strokes per minute as we await margins here in just a moment.
И така по дистанцията с скифовете мъже, това са лодките на Румъния, Турция, Италия, Съединени щати 2, Съединени щати 1, Узбекистан 2. Много силен старт за лодката на Узбекистан в 6-ти коридор и тази на Румъния в първи, но това е едва началото на дистанцията. Добре се движат и двете американски лодки. Ще видим какво ще се случи всъщност втората половина.
Quick start for Uzbekistan. Once again, Kolmarazayev able to get himself just out a little bit quicker than the rest of the field in these early goings. He leads by a good bit of distance, I'd say, over the two American crews who are running nearly level. That was a look at the Romanian bow. That was bow number 1. Now back with our leader, Uzbekistan, bow number 6. So quick out of the gate, again, looking to get in an early position of authority here in this race in the first 500 meters. That's the plan so far for Uzbekistan, and that working out quite nicely for him. The two Americans, though, absolutely level as they come through with a slight advantage, as you see, to Melvin over Flihal, but truly these two, just a bow ball or so separating them, Fergus, as we move into the second quarter.
Yeah, Colleen, not for the first time we're seeing a Uzbekistan crew out in front leading in lane 6, one of the outside lanes here at this Plovdiv course. You know, we've seen some sensational sprints and starts and surges from our Uzbekistan crews, very much taking the rest of the field by surprise, and that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. Our two United States scullers, Plehall, Melville, sitting in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. I think as the race unfolds, we're set for a thrilling encounter between the two of them who are occupying the silver and bronze medal positions at the moment. And there's a real scenario where both of them can end up on the podium at the end of this race. But going nicely, and perhaps the sculler who would disrupt that is our sculler from Romania, Chiruta, going well across in lane number 1. But out in front, still leading, is our sculler from Uzbekistan.
Не са се разпокъсали прекалено много лодките в този финал. Интересното е, че тук лодките от 6 до 4 коридор, които са по-близко до трибуните, уважаеми зрители, вчера бяха в един полуфинал, съответно останалите 3 бяха в другия. Първият полуфинал, който противопостави Съединените американски щати с двете им лодки и Узбекистан беше значително по-бърз, което може да ни накара да очакваме днес малко по-добри времена от състезателите в по-близките коридори до трибуните. Не бързаме да отписваме, разбира се, останалите момчета. Всеки момент изчакваме, в този момент минат под мост, всеки момент ще изчакаме да видим на 1000 метра каква ще бъде разликата между тези състезатели, навлизайки в трето 500.
Well, through 1,000 meters then, our scullers are under the bridge and they're coming into view at our position at 1,500 meters, and it's still Uzbekistan leading this one. Murazev from Uzbekistan has been phenomenal. He's been the surprise sculler in this field. He's out in the outside lane, leading out over the rest of the field, but it's still our two scullers, Plihal and Melvin from the United States of America, going well in second and third place. And as we've talked about, the two of them will know each other so well from training. Plihal out of the men's quad that was fourth last year at the World Championships. Melvin out of the men's double that raced at the World Championships last year. And it's sculler USA 1, it's Samuel Melvin who has the advantage, has that silver medal position. But as I'm speaking, he's pushing up and starting to challenge the Uzbekistan sculler. This is a big third 500 from the United States as they right now are moving into this gold medal position.
Силно трето 500 правят в момента състезателите от четвърти, пети и шести коридор. Странното е, че пък останалите трима, които ви казах, че бяха в по-слабия полуфинал, са по-опитни състезатели. В първи коридор Михай Чирута от Румъния, трети от Европейското първенство миналата година в Пловдив, състезателят от Турция пък Джевджет Мутлу, двукратен световен шампион до 23 години, миналата година в Познан и по-миналата година на мега световното първенство в Сейнт Катаринс, Канада. Очаквахме малко по-силно представяне от него и италянецът, който спечели своя полуфинал вчера, четвърти от Европейското първенство миналата година, само че на двойка скул, така че опит, но ето, че по-малите състезатели от близките коридори до трибуните справят значително по-добре, навлизайки вече в четвърто 500 метра, двете лодки на Съединените американски щати и Узбекистан в битка за медалите.
Wow, what a third 500 there from Samuel Melvin from the United States of America, now out in front, clear water over the rest of the field. The question is, will it be a United States 1-2? Because at the moment, Jacob Plihal is really starting to move up into contention as well, as our Uzbekistan sculler is just slipping back there after that devastating start. But out in front, heading your way is the United States of America.
Yeah, Samuel Melvin, the former lightweight turned open weight. We saw him in the double at the World Championships last year. He has moved into the single, at least for this second World Cup. And a bit of a patient start, but a big, aggressive second half.
И така в скифа Самуел Мелвин от Съединените щати върви на първа позиция пред лодката на Узбекистан и втори отбор на Съединените щати. Въпреки че дълго води в първата част на дистанцията, в момента виждам, че и втори отбор на Съединените щати ще надмине лодката на Узбекистан. Да видим дали накрая ще заемат първа и втора позиция американските лодки.
Well, barring any mistakes, Samuel Melvin has it, but who will take the silver? Letting it known that he wants it, it's Jacob Plihal. He has turned it up over the last 250 meters and is looking to track down the gold. Can he do it? Is there enough time, or will his teammate Samuel Melvin hold him off as the two Americans come pummeling into the finish? Oh, ever so close. It's looking like Samuel Melvin able to hold it, but what an effort from Jacob Plihal at the end. They charged through Uzbekistan to capture the 1-2 with the gold going to Samuel Melvin of the United States. Jacob Plihal is teammate with the silver medal, and then back to Uzbekistan, a hard-fought race for Shakhdov Kolmarzayev of Uzbekistan to take the bronze. The victory ceremony for the women's 8. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by Chairman, Plovdiv Organizing Committee, Ivan Popov. We now invite our gold medal winners, the United States. Your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, the United States of America, represented by Molly Brueggemann, Alexandria Valencia Martinson, Etta Carpenter, Regina Salmons, Mia Levy, Asia Tchaikovsky, Teal Cohen, Kate Nifton, and Nina Castagna. Put your hands together, Plovdiv, for your medalists. This is the final of the men's 8.
Предстои финала на осморка мъже.
Lane 1, the People's Republic of China. Coxed by Liang Xiaotong, stroked by Sufeng Xiang. Lane 2, Italy, coxed by Alessandra Faea and Giuseppe Vicino. Lane 3, the United States of America, coxed by Rachel Rain, stroked by Josh Diggins. That's the buzzer for the final of the men's 8, a 3-boat final with the People's Republic of China, Italy, and the United States of America. Off to a blistering start with the Italians up at 51 strokes per minute. So characteristic of how they like to race, just quick out of the gate, elevating the stroke rate most of the time throughout. And as we can see here, it's earned them about one canvas ahead over the rest of the field.
По дистанция са осморките мъже. Това са лодките на Китай, Италия и Съединените щати. Изключително силен старт за италианската осморка, която влезе с най-добро време от предварителните серии в тази гонка. Да видим дали ще успеят да удържат първата позиция до края на дистанцията.
Well, this American combination, we saw them take it just slightly conservative yesterday in the preliminary race because so many of them, I think all of them, are doubling up at this event, of course, with the exception of Rachel Rain at the coxswain. So we've been looking forward to seeing what type of race they put together in this final to round out the second World Cup here in Plovdiv. They will need to track down the Italians because Italy's still running hot up at 43 strokes per minute with just a bit of an advantage over the Americans. You see the times roll in, just about a quarter of a second or so separating them as the People's Republic of China run right along with those top two leaders. Can the Italians, Fergus, hold off a charging United States?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it, Colleen? What can the United States do? Because they kept their powder dry in yesterday's preliminary race, and you know the vast majority of their athletes have been involved in the races that we've seen this morning. Hasn't been the set of the results that the United States would have wanted to. Second in the B final for their men's coxless 4. They got a silver in the men's pair and a 5th in the men's pair as well. So work to be done then, I think, for their men's 8 if they're to deliver some gold medals at the end of this 2,000 metre row. But the advantage at the moment and the fastest moving boat are the Italians. They're in the middle, sandwiched between China, sandwiched between the United States of America. But they're out in front leading this one as we come through the second 500 metres.
Интересни метри и моменти ни очакват и в гонката на мъжката осморка. Мъжката осморка е същата като женската, но мъжка, както ви казал един бивш футболист на шампионите от София. Но тук, освен Съединените американски щати и Китай, имаме бонус италианска лодка при мъжете. Тук битката се очертава да бъде без изненада между Италия и Съединените американски щати, като осморката на Китай лека по лека, още на първите метри. Всъщност първите метри не толкова, но в първите метри след 500 започна да изостава. Както можете да видите, на 500 метра само с 80-100 изоставаше китайската лодка на трета позиция, но на 1000 в този момент получаваме данните и разликата вече 3 секунди и половина. И така Италия и Съединените американски щати с около половин лодка разлика. Преднината е за Италия в този момент.
China have dropped back as we come into the second half of this A final of the men's 8s, which means we've got 2 boats vying for the top 2 positions between Italy and between the United States of America. And momentum still with Italy, still building as we come through this third 500 metres. We can hear them now coming towards us, the coaches on the bank, the blaze, the boats, the noise is sensational, even with 3 boats in this A final. But out in front and still the fastest moving boat, still rating over 40 strokes a minute. It's the Italians as they hurtle towards 1500 metres, leading this one.
Продължава да е гладиаторска битката за златния медал. Тук италианците запазващи състава си от миналата година. 5 на осморка в Шанхай на световното първенство. Съединените американски щати пък 3, но запазват само 4 от своя състав, така че голяма част от тези атлети вече са мерили сили и малко или много се познават. Да видим доколко добре са успели да разузнаят своите съперници. Точно в този момент двете лодки са под прав ъгъл пред мен. Бих казал, че почти една лодка е преднината на италианците с 41 темпо от тяхна страна, 39 за Съединените американски щати. Малко по-висока скорост на лодката на Италия. Да видим какво крият САЩ в ръкава си за последните метри.
3/4 of a length then the Italians have as they come into the final 500 metres. It's a long way for the Americans if they're going to come back and wrestle that gold medal off Italy. But Colleen, as they come towards you, Italy are in a sensational position.
They are in a sensational position indeed. There is not enough time to tell you about the pedigree in this Italian shell, but just know that we've got loads of Olympians from Paris here racing together in the 8. They're putting together just a stunning performance up at 43 strokes per minute, still opening up the margin with the USA running second.
И така, последните метри поддържа висока скорост лодката на Италия. Опитват се американците да наваксат и може би да вземат в първото място, но няма време. Италианската лодка ще става шампион на Световната купа в Пловдив.
And we hear the cheers for Team Italy from the tower coming out of the grandstand. An absolutely flawless finish for the Italians. 46 strokes per minute. They had another gear. They took it there. They're through the line. Absolutely incredible. Gattani Licio in the bow seat for Italy, first to cross through with some fist pumps and some high fives to their teammates. The Americans then do take second, with the People's Republic of China to come in third. It's the Italians with the gold.
Yeah, from the men's pair. So.
Yeah, this is men's pair, yes.
And then what was the other one, the lightweight women's single?
Yes, so here men's pair, a single sculls, okay.
10th.
Yes. So these are men's events now. Lightweight women's, we said, yeah?
Yeah, lightweight women's single. Second or third.
Let's check the name. Is it third?
Kayla, yes, third. Venezuela.
So we have also Venezuela 1 lightweight, the other single, Kimberly.
Okay.
She's this girl.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, lightweight women's 1x second. And then the guy was from the
Lightweight single.
There we go. He was third.
Third, okay. Then we have also
The victory ceremony for the men's single sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing President Jean-Christophe Roland, accompanied by President of the Bulgarian Rowing Federation, Svilan Nekov. We now invite our bronze medalists, Uzbekistan.
in the open-weight single sculls. Diana.
We now invite our silver medalists, the United States of America. Please welcome our gold medalists, the United States of America.
Then we have also Anna, Uzbekistan skip, women's single sculls, sorry. Anna, she's Uzbekistan.
no, that's a different one. That's Anna Prakatan.
Okay.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Uzbekistan, Shokbaz Kurmuzayev.
Then the men's single sculls.
Your silver medalist, representing the United States of America, Jacob Flehal. And now your gold medalist and current World Rowing Cup leader, representing the United States of America, Samuel Melvin.
We have double sculls.
From the
Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists.
The name is Cedar Cunningham, yeah?
Yeah.
Sixth year, yeah?
men's to it, and he was 5th. Yeah.
And women's quadruple sculls.
USA. One.
USA, Sofia Vitas. Yes.
Cool.
Great. Nice.
This is the final of the mixed double sculls.
I am not looking forward to
Предстои финал на смесена двойка скул.
so for this. I'm not looking forward to 2 hours in the coach back to the airport and then
Oh, you're going home today?
home today.
Oh,
yeah. And then 3 hours.
Terrible.
3 hours back to London.
When did you come?
Fun?
When did you come?
Yes, yesterday.
Okay. At least you didn't take the morning flight. Yeah, well, actually cannot work when you travel east. It works when you travel west.
Lane 1, Venezuela 1.
Same day.
Kayla Garcia Marchucci and Jonas Diaz. Lane 2, Venezuela 2. Jose Giepi and Kimberlyn Meneses Uzcategui. Lane 3, the United States of America, Sophia Vitis and Seda Cunningham. Lane 4, Republic of Moldova, Diana Plotyan and Alexander Matrunicici. Lane 5, Uzbekistan, Shokbov Kolmirazayev and Anna Aksenova. And we have a buzzer. It's the mixed double sculls final and somehow the last race of the day. And what a way to conclude it, to go out with a bang. The mixed double sculls, Venezuela 1, Venezuela 2, the USA, Moldova and Uzbekistan.
И така беше даден старта и в последната дисциплина смесена двойка скул. Участват Венецуела 1, Венецуела 2, Съединени американски щати, Молдова и Узбекистан. Много силна серия за Венецуела и Узбекистан.
Well, it's been a good start for Uzbekistan out of lane 5. At the moment, though, the drone riding just above the Americans, Sophia Vitis and Seda Cunningham, with a good rhythm, a good swing into the bow, good leg drive at about 38 strokes per minute. There are leaders confirming that now as the crews roll in, just over 250 down. It's the U.S. Just ahead of Venezuela, too, ever so close between these two crews. And then, well, some open water back. Uzbekistan keeping in pretty good touch, but open water back to Moldova and Venezuela 1, who are having a bit of a private battle just behind them. The Americans, though, up at the top of the field. Again, good rhythm, 36 strokes per minute. Not quite yet to that first timing marker, but they'll be having a look to see exactly where that red buoy zone is any second as the Americans set the pace. Venezuela, too, not to be left out. Mentioned that they were in good touch, and Fergus looks like they're trying to make some type of a move.
It certainly does, but as you're saying, not for the first time, the United States of America out in front, leading at this second World Cup regatta in a phenomenal position. But Venezuela starting to perhaps etch themselves back into contention for that top spot, and as well moving lightweight. Uzbekistan, and do you know, I feel like I'm copying and pasting what I've said earlier. You know, a great move from a Uzbekistan crew on the outside of the course, moving nicely and just holding on to that third place position at the moment. But your race leaders at the moment, Sophia Vitas. She, of course, won the women's quad earlier on today. Seda Cunningham, he was 5th in the men's double scull, and here they are coming together, making a formidable combination here in the mixed double scull. Slap bang in the middle of the course, lane 3 leading this one out. But going with them now, Venezuela, Uzbekistan, stroke for that second and third place position.
Ето, че заключваме днешното състезание с последната и най-нова дисциплина в програмата на Световната федерация по гребане, именно смесена двойка скул, именно един мъж и една жена. Както знаете, тя беше въведена съвсем наскоро в програмата и миналата година на световните първенства на световното първенство в Шанхай направи своя дебют, когато Финан Макарти и Маргарет Кремен от Ирландия спечелиха първата в историята златна титла и станаха първите световни шампиони в тази дисциплина, която между другото само след няколко седмици ще бъде въведена за първи път и на състезание от държавния календар на индивидуалния шампионат, който ще започне след 10 на дни на същия тук канал. И така в този случай американската лодка навлиза с 3.15, не е лошо време за смесена двойка, в трето 500 с солидна преднина. Забележете, 3 секунди и половина на 1000 метра, да видим състезателите на Съединените американски щати дали ще се умеят да задържат своята преднина през вторите 1000.
Well then, through 1,000 meters, just halfway left in this race, the final race of World Rowing Cup 2 here at Plovdiv, and it's the same as it was at 500 meters. It's the United States, Cunningham and Vitas leading this one out, but this race is sensational for that second and third place position between Venezuela 2 and Uzbekistan. Our Uzbekistan scullers, Anna Aksenova, of course, 8th in the women's single sculls, and Shakboz Kolmurazarev 3rd in the men's single sculls. So brilliant performances coming together and racing well here. They're occupying that silver medal position because they're just starting to separate themselves from Venezuela too as we come through this third 500 meters. But out in front, it's still the United States.
Нямаме промяна в класирането. В средата на трето 500 продължават Съединените американски щати с доста солидна преднина да водят. София Витас, носовата в тази лодка, която малко по-рано участва и в четворката Скул, изглежда, че ще бъде единственият атлет от това първенство, който ще си тръгне с два медала. Разбира се, изключвам и осморките, тъй като и американските осморки в двата случая имаха участие всички 8 атлети в други дисциплини. В този момент навлизат в четвърто 500 с доста, бих казал, спокойно гребане. Изобщо не е високо тяхното темпо. Нека погледна, да, 34 темпо, едно от най-ниските в тази гонка, но пък защо има повече, тъй като преднината им наистина е доста любезна. Минават и състезателите от Узбекистан на втората позиция, а жената мъжът в скифа се здоби с бронзов медал, така че ето още един за него. Наистина доста добро представяне и от тяхна страна.
Well, that was a big move from our Uzbekistan combination in lane 5, really starting to step on and pull away from the lightweights of Venezuela too. But out in front then, Clearwater advantage. It looks like it is going to be a phenomenal finish for the United States of America here in Plovdiv, Colleen.
Yeah, big finish for the Americans as they increase their boat speed, and we'll see what type of a sprint they put together coming into the red buoy zones. The backs of the U.S., a big swing, that rhythm really working nicely for them. Sader Cunningham and Sophia Vitus, both of whom, of course, we saw in earlier racing. So it's the last race of the day for them. It's the last race of the second World Cup, and the Americans looking to go out in style.
Страхотно гребане за американската смесена двойка Скул. Наистина водят с много голяма дистанция и ще вземат поредното първо място в тази нова дисциплина. На втора позиция лодката на Узбекистан, на трета Венецуела и като че ли не предстои никакво преместване в тази дисциплина.
Well, the Americans in their final 10 strokes, we see the drone just running above their heads here from the finish tower. The United States of America, this race has gone exactly to plan for this combination of Vitus and Cunningham, who are now through the line to win the mixed double sculls, as Uzbekistan, closest to us here in the grandstand, rounds out their race. And as Fergus told us, the lightweights of Venezuela out of lane 2 coming through the line to capture the bronze. So the U.S. takes the gold, Uzbekistan with the silver, and indeed Venezuela 2 to capture the bronze.
What time's your shuttle?
The victory ceremony for the men's 8. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Director Vincent Gaillard, accompanied by Race Director Nikolai Gospodarsky. the silver medalist, the United States of America. Your gold medalist, Italy. Your silver medalists, the United States of America, represented by Michael Herman, Jacob Hudgens, Nathan Phelps, Samuel Sullivan, Gus Rodriguez, Peter Chatane, Chris Carlson, Josh Diggins, and Rachel Rain. And now your gold medalists and current World Rowing Cup leaders, Italy! Represented by Emanuele Gattani Lucio, Alfonso Scalzoni, Giovanni Abganali, Matteo Sartori, Leonardo Pietro Caprina, Salvatore Monfrecola, Nunzino Di Colendria, Giuseppe Vicino, and Alessandra Valleja. Plovdiv, make some noise for your medalists! Well, we have the final ceremony, the final victory ceremony starting in just a moment. So do stay with us and we'll look forward to bringing to you that in just a quick minute. The victory ceremony for the mixed double sculls. The medals are being presented by World Rowing Executive Committee member Frida Svensson, accompanied by Chairman, Plovdiv Organizing Committee, Ivan Popov. We now welcome our bronze medalists from Venezuela. Please welcome our silver medalist from Uzbekistan. And please welcome our gold medalist from the United States of America. Winners of the bronze medal, Venezuela, represented by Kimberlyn Meneses Uzcategui and Jose Jepi. Your silver medalist, Uzbekistan, represented by Shokbaz Kolmirzayev and Anna Aksenova. And now, your gold medalists, the United States of America, represented by Sophia Vitas and Sadar Cunningham. Plovdiv, please join us in congratulating today's medal winners. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the World Rowing Cup 2 2026 here in Plovdiv, Bulgaria. Over the past 3 days this weekend, we've witnessed outstanding racing, truly memorable performances, athletes from around the world competing at the absolute highest level of sport. Starting with the heats on Fridays, all the way to today's medal races, Plovdiv has once again proven to be a wonderful stage for international rowing. So on behalf of World Rowing, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to all of the athletes, the coaches, the team staff, the technical officials, the volunteers, the list goes on, the event organizers, of course, our local organizing committee, whose dedication and hard work makes this all possible. And to the fans, the families, friends who joined us here at the venue from all around the world, thanks for your support, your enthusiasm throughout the weekend. A huge thank you as well to our commentary and presentation team, so including Fergus Mainland and Teo Andriv, whom you heard on the water, and Violetta just next to me here in the tower, Violetta Ninova. Thank you so much. So from all of us, we appreciate it. Safe travels home, and we look forward to seeing you again at the next World Rowing event, and of course the next Cup, World Cup 3 in Lucerne.
Благодаря на всички за вашето участие в тази купа. Пожелавам успешно участие в бъдещи състезания.